Ah, ah. Blah. Let's see, what's new since I last opened this PvT channel?
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Today, we'd like to showcase two more unique items. First up we have the Auspex, an attire to drive your foes mad with. And then, a remake of a Path of Exile 1 classic, Facebreaker, which provides a variety of ways to bring the ultimate beatdown on your enemies. These are both coming in Return of the Ancients.
Robots in disguise.
ancient times, a lost child was taken in by an Asmeri village. The Auspex of the village declared him an ill omen, as their crops soured and their days darkened. Thereafter, ravens gathered and mists descended, following him, driving him deeper and deeper into madness. Harness that madness and become the Auspex yourself. Summon a singular Mist Raven, a minion that will ravage your foes and kill enemies. The Mist Raven has a unique command skill, which causes it to dive at your targets, shattering reality and creating an explosion of madness. Enemies killed by the Mist Raven will also grant you frenzy charges, giving the Raven extra utility. The Mist Raven also causes enemies in your presence to gain grueling madness, a slowing debuff that empowers your other slows to be even more potent. Finally, the Auspex also makes your deflect chance lucky while you're on low life. It seems the Mist Raven does a good job of instilling fear in your enemies. Next up we have Facebreaker.
Boom.
The Ezamites and Eternal Empire have a bloody history. Some enjoyed the thrill of battle a little more than others. Follow in the footsteps of the Red Wolf with his legendary gloves. While equipped and your hands are empty, you can use all mace skills with just your fists.
Weak.
That was the fastest thunder anyone's ever seen.
This is the ultimate Smackdown unique.
Got you.
As you progress through the campaign, you too can collect teeth of enemies you've pulverized. As you break their faces, you can track the bosses you've smashed on your map, with each granting you added physical damage. Facebreaker provides offensive and defensive benefits for stacking up strength.
So if you want to play the build, you have to go back and kill every boss in the campaign. It seems like to get to, or maybe if you already defeated them on your character, just updates dynamically without them being equipped.
So you can become a true face-breaking powerhouse.
Leave it for me.
I mean, just check this out. Hammer of the Gods? How about Fist of the Gods? You'll be able to torment minds with the Auspex and break faces with Facebreaker as unique items in Return of the Ancients. Join us for the release of Return of the Ancients on May 29th. Thanks for
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers,
Hi.
Game Director on Path of Exile 2. In the Runes of Alder League, logbooks are seeing some big changes. It's time to go seafaring like true explorers. Yes, you can explore the ocean. To the southeast of the Atlas lies a vast ocean with new environments to discover and treasures to unearth. In the Runes of Alder, while doing expedition encounters, you might find logbooks, and by using these on the ocean, a small part of it will be revealed. As the fog recedes, you'll discover many new islands, most of which you won't have seen before, and all of them will contain expedition encounters. In these encounters, you'll need to blow up the remains of buried Kalgurans, bringing them back to life only to slay them again and steal their loot. Expeditions now also include the Runes of Alder crafting remnants, granting immense opportunities with a wide selection of recipes. But there's more than just the buried dead. Each island has all sorts of things to find and explode. In the bleached shoals, you'll discover siren eggs throughout the area, as well as clams that contain a surprising amount of riches. As you destroy the eggs, siren spawn will emerge from the water. But be careful. If you destroy enough eggs, the siren herself will arrive to defend her children. On this craggy peninsula, you can find another camp of the kin, hiding in their hovels. Blowing them up should get them out of there. And while you're at it, you can free some of their caged beasts. They've even caged some exiles in order to watch them fight with each other. Why not blow them up too? In this inland heath, you will find a gigantic remnant with a series of smaller runestones. Each one you blow up will activate another slot on the massive remnant, allowing you to craft almost any recipe. But there's still many more. Free trap wisp craft almost any recipe.
I don't know what any of those are.
But there's still many more. Free trap wisps, blow open root doors, even raise ancient precursor technology. In order to explore the ocean further, we'll need to acquire more logbooks by killing runic monsters, indicated by large flagpoles around the dig site. With each logbook, you can explore more of the ocean, and you can go as deep as you like. There are ancient vaults, a bunch of new bosses, all sorts of underground areas, and a few other surprises. There's just so much to see and explore, so join us for the release of The Return of the Ancients on May 29th. Thanks for
So 2-1 and the Prime. Boat League, maybe. Alright, I think this is the last one. Oh no, this and the Breach rework.
In Return of the
Things that I
Ancients,
haven't
we're
seen
making
yet.
several much-anticipated balance changes to the Chronomancer and Gemling Legionnaire Ascendancy classes. Let's take a closer look at some of them. Starting with the Gemling Legionnaire, we've expanded on
Like, just imagine if spells weren't ass, right?
at
Like,
some
you had to
of
press buttons that looked like this.
starting with the
That looks
Gemling
fucking sick.
Legionnaire.
Um,
We've expanded on how the Gemling interacts with quality on his gems.
But unless you're like
Every
some
socket-
fucking blood mage with crit cap, 10,000 crit multi, they just all do 0
Or
damage.
skill in the game now has an additional quality option available through the Advanced Thaumaturgy Ascendancy skill. Once allocated, simply hold Alt while hovering your skill gems to preview an additional bonus granted by gem quality. You're gonna see some amazing effects. An example is Fireball. Instead of firing only 2 additional projectiles, why not fire up to 10 in a circle? Combined with consuming a fire infusion, you can fire a devastating ring of explosive projectiles that then each explode into another ring of smaller firebolts. Another example of an added quality that may also add quality to your life is Explosive Shot. Instead of having to reload after every shot, you can gain 2 more rounds in your magazine for a burst of deadly impact. With the Gemling Legionnaire's mastery of gems, he is also able to conjure a powerful barrier from his socketed skill gems, named the Virtuous Barrier. Each socketed skill gem empowers the barrier, making its effects stronger depending on the gem's required attributes. With the Virtuous Barrier skill providing some much needed defenses, and the additional qualities of over 200 different skill gems, it's more than meets the eye, and we look forward to seeing what you can come up with for your builds. Onwards to the Chronomancer. First
it's
off,
in 20 minutes,
let's
scratch
start with
notes.
one of its
Like most things have been coming out around 2:10 to 2, unless it's like 20 to 30 minutes from now.
new notable skills, Phased Form.
Oh shit, that's Schizo. Badass. 2-point Schizo? But this also works on damage over time. And you don't have any punishment for it. Yeah, it's just like Schizo but better.
Phased Form allocated, and due to your mastery over time, you are able to take less damage, causing a portion of that damage to be taken after a delay. This serves as a pretty strong defensive node, especially as the delayed damage only applies to hits,
It works
so
on the
you
S2.
just straight up
true.
mitigate any damage over time effects.
Well,
Applies.
does the
This
second part
serves as
work?
causing a, and due to your mastery
Yeah, it's take damage instead of lose life. So it also gets double affected by mitigation.
over time after a delay. This serves as a pretty strong defensive
Yeah,
mode,
it makes ES recharge really fucked, but
especially as the delayed damage only applies to hits, so you just straight up mitigate any damage over time
is there Wicked Ward in this game yet?
effects. What makes this really cool though, is that by taking Temporal Rift,
Wow, that's a fast cast time. Normally in PoE these things are all 8.5.
the delayed damage from phased form can entirely be negated. If you take a big hit, then use Temporal Rift, not only does your life recover back to what it was, but the delayed damage is just eradicated. Now some changes to existing Ascendancy skills, starting with Inevitable Agony.
Did that say
Big
5
hits
second
from
cooldown on
phased
that?
form can
That's kind of crazy with how boss fights work in this game. Like, as long as you don't get one-shot by the boss ability, you just press this, you're full HP again, and boss attacks only come out once every 5 seconds anyways in PoE 2.
entirely be negated. If you take a big hit, then use Temporal Rift, not only does your life recover back to what it was, but the delayed damage is just eradicated. Now some changes to existing Ascendancy skills, starting with Inevitable Agony. This has
This is the shitty
received
curse
new
one, right?
visual and gameplay effects, such as displaying your stored damage to bosses on static life bars. Also, now when the stored damage reaches a lethal
I
level,
think it's something else.
the effect will trigger immediately to wipe your enemy out. The Rapid River passive skill, which made recoup occur much faster, has been removed, but a lot more recoup speed investment has been added to the core passive tree, allowing a lot more builds to gain access to this power. Additionally, a highly requested change has finally come. Time Snap and Time Freeze can now both be allocated without requiring all 8 Ascendancy points.
Neat.
Finally, Now and Again has been changed to cause your spellcasts to have a chance to alter time itself and both echo and repeat. Both roles are independent of each other, allowing you to unleash a powerful burst of spells all at once.
But you can just one-shot that with, like, any bow skill in
Try
the
out
game,
these
you know?
changes
Like,
and more on May
what was all that?
29th
3 comments
in the
to do half
Return of
HP?
the Ancients
Press snipe,
launch.
dumbass. I love the fucking melee versus bows, like, war that's been happening. Damn, 7 minutes for a breach
When
here
you
for
first
recap?
do a
Holy
breach
fuck.
in the endgame, you will find Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame. An
my
ancient
God.
in the endgame.
Look at Urshad in this game.
We'll find
look at.
Aelith,
There's a spike, one spike. Watch him blow it up. You ready for
one
this?
of the
You ready for
Keepers
this? There's monsters everywhere. He's getting fucking surrounded. It's chaos,
Of the flame.
hectic. Boom. It kills like 8 dudes in like a 2-meter radius. Let's go.
An ancient order of monks dedicated to preventing the Hiveborn from entering the world.
That's my 1-2 button playstyle.
As you
That's
seem
what I
to
want
be
to
a
do.
keen slayer of demons, Aelith would like to recruit you
Meanwhile, an ice shot guy on a roa just walks around shooting arrows in every direction that one-shot everything and explode.
to the order and asks that you travel to their monastery to the south. On the way there, you'll start to encounter more breaches, and you'll notice one of the first changes to the breach mechanic. You still have to kill monsters as fast as you can to keep the breach open, but now you can visibly see how much time you have left to keep it open, and how each kill extends its duration. Once you've reached the monastery, you will learn more about the Keepers. In the 25 years since the events of Keepers of the Flame in Path of Exile 1, the war with the Hiveborn has not gone well, and they have managed to establish a foothold in the world nearby. A gigantic area has fallen to the Scourge, and the Keepers are unable to get inside.
Yeah, it's a quest.
Inside
Go
the
kill him.
monastery is the Genesis Tree, a powerful asset to the war effort, stolen from the enemy and gifted to the Keepers by the Dreamer himself. Using the tree, Aelith could create a breach stone and penetrate the Hiveborn foothold, but without Hiveblood, the tree has withered. To get Hiveblood, you will need to take advantage of another new mechanic of breach. If you can
Breach.
keep the otherworldly portal open for long enough, the breach will stabilize and will enter a new phase. The Hiveborn will send their toughest miscreations to defeat you, and the breach will not close until you can annihilate them, dropping hive blood that you can use to restore the Genesis tree. In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer,
Varun.
a Marshal of Zesht.
Varun.
These monsters also drop womb gifts, and if you take these to the Genesis tree, they can be used to craft items to help you in the war against the Hiveborn. Given that 25 years have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown and withered many times, but with each cycle it learns and expands its abilities. When you first open the Genesis tree, you will notice these holes into which you can place your womb gifts. Each womb gift can be used to create a different type of jewelry
and
must be
currency.
fertilized with hive blood.
Why were there 5 holes? Oh, right, one's for breach stone.
So for example, you can place this amulet womb gift into the tree and it will give birth to a random rare amulet. But the Genesis tree is capable of much more. As you continue to feed the tree, its branches will regenerate and allow you more and more control over what kind of items it will birth. So for example, this branch of the tree will allow you to control which base types of amulets can be birthed. And as you go deeper, it will even allow you to create new base types that you can't get anywhere else. Like this one, which gives you an entire spirit skill for free. Or this one, which has a rune socket in it.
Oh, it's a entire skill for free. It's kind of crazy.
To the left and right are branches that will let you control which mods the amulet can get, including making sure that they're higher level, or controlling which specific mods that they will always have.
Damn, being able to force them on
With
like
15
a full
points to
lightning respawn
allocate,
fire. That's sick.
you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts. But it's worth noting that this tree doesn't have any cost to respecking it.
Breach
you can
in every
enable or
game. Let's
disable the
go.
nodes at any time by clicking on them. On rings, we've also added some really interesting new crafting options as well. You have a bunch of new base types like these, but you also have entire new classes of mods that can be added. The right-hand branch of the ring tree adds an entire new set of caster mods to rings. From basics like extra elemental damage for spells, or more niche options like this mod that increases the rate you gain seals for Unleash.
110 life, holy shit.
And on the left-hand side, you can unlock an entire new set of mods for minion characters.
No.
This stuff crafting also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here, but there are all sorts of goodies in these too, like being able to create new catalysts for jewels, or a belt that gives lightning damage. Once you've done enough breach encounters, you may finally get a womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone. And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion. Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear. They have not only transformed the land, but constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will discover breach hives. Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame, these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them. But for each one destroyed, more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge the hive. These encounters are particularly rewarding for womb gifts, so you'll want to do as many of these as you can. But your real goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain. These twisted creations are securing the demon's entry into our world.
Fortress.
Inside the very center are the Breach Lords Tool and Ash, and you'll need to defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold once and for all. Now, once you've completed the questline version, there is still more to do. You will find other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a breach stone, destroy the sky hives.
One sec, I let the cat out.
Now, defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold once and for all.
Yeah, you gotta kill them. They're evil.
Now, once you've completed the questline version, there is still more to do. You will find other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a breach stone, destroy the sky hives, and defeat the Breach Lords. And doing these encounters
Guy hives. Plural?
is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the existing Breach Pinnacle boss, which you can access by communing with the Dreamer himself inside the monastery. While completing the questline for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree, and there are a lot of cool new options here. This node will cause Breach hives to spawn outside of the Hiveborn domains on the Atlas. And this one will give Aelith additional abilities that you can use while attacking a hive. Like this one, which causes all Hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing their difficulty in exchange for way more items. There are also nodes that allow you to control your rewards, like this one, which adds a set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of Zesht. Or this one, which lets you control which womb gifts you will get.
Yep. Always.
There's also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree, like this one, which will cause Zesht to drop his head, which when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy.
Oh, grasping male. Big experiment. We figured it out. But I just to figure out what mods are there. Might not be data mineable because they have been hiding a lot of things. They're so slow in moving the mouse cursor during those things because they don't want to accidentally hover over any tooltips that aren't intended to be hovered over. So they are very careful. What time I think the patch notes are? I mean, going through the Discord, right? It's like this one was like 2 in one day, so it came out at 8, but then it was like 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. So sometime in the next hour, who knows? Is possible. One thing about patch notes is like they actually do so much mid-patch stuff in PoE2 that if you only played for 2 weeks and stopped, there's like a lot of things that changed that you have no fucking clue about. And like just being there for like every single like, you know, fresh full patch notes isn't really enough to know what changed. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see. Early access patch notes. I'll just open the ones that have like a good amount of comments. God damn, there's so many. Nothing. Nothing. Race stuff. Bug. After Omen of Light drop raid. I mean, Omen of Light had that super weird drop mechanic, and the moment it was figured out and people started farming it the way it was intended to drop, they just like, did they just change how it dropped entirely? Just a bunch of temple stuff. I think I remember reading this one. And this is all the shit trying to fix the temple. Okay. I'm not sure where the Omen of Light one was in here. What's wrong with how it dropped? The whole bit with Omen of Light was a monster would spawn with a modifier called like Amanamu's Void, and both the monster and you had to be in the void to do damage to it, or you both had to be outside of the void. And if you're both outside of the void, or like if it died while outside of the void, it would drop an Omen of Light. So like you would just hide it until it eventually like left the void or some shit and kill it, and you'd always get light, which was like a super important strong omen and meant to be rare. I have no idea why it worked that way for how it dropped. That was kind of weird. Oh, it wasn't always light. It was just always one of the bigger ones. It's not the basic one. Okay. I wonder if it was just a bug. Did they call it a bug when they changed it? Or have any fun with the Katava builds? Shield wall. Who knows? Wait for patch notes. Chance of me racing in PoE2. Whenever actual real races start happening, it's a decent chance I'll do it. I like campaign stuff is always meaningless. Like the only time I did like campaign races in PoE1 was when it was for a possible chance at an XLCon ticket, and even then, like I didn't even start until week 3 because it's just not interesting to me. But I don't think there's ever going to be any like real proper races until after the game fully releases in 1.0 at the absolute earliest, and then we'll see. She'll basically around 40% more armor. Yeah, I still don't fully get how that change is happening. Like, is it just every single evasion that armor base is just way better now? How familiar am I? Not that familiar right now. I played like 350 hours in point 1 and like probably like 200 hours in point 2, and then across like point 3 and point 4 combined, like I played like 150. So when it comes to like the modern end game, which is kind of was created in point 3, I'm a pretty big tourist. We're probably going to be a league or like a launch of standard servers. I'm sure it'll have a league alongside it. But it doesn't really matter. Like when the end game keeps changing as much as it is, I'm pretty sure point 5. I'm gonna go ahead and like I don't know if they're gonna include patch notes, but like or include in the patch notes the exact numbers, but there's gonna be like some tuning happening to monsters, and I'm expecting like point 2 style bitching from people that can't just go from T1 to T15 with the same gear in like an hour. Like when there's going to be actual monster scaling to go with tier scaling. Can't wait. But we'll see what the old patch notes say. Yeah, Sushi was duping. Got banned. Rest in peace. They won't increase difficulty. I don't know. Like, honestly, I think the first thing I'm going to control F in the patch notes is I'm going to look for skill level nerfs. Because that shit is outrageous and needs to get completely gutted. It's so bad for the game on like two different fronts. Like it's too strong, so it makes itemization of gear pieces that have that stat um like it's bland because you have to have that stat, and then also it makes mana suck. Like mana is actually in a pretty good state and well balanced for how most skills feel at level 20, but then when every single skill gets for free plus 10 skill levels, it's like it doesn't really work. So I want to see that nerfed by like 50 to 66%, kind of based on the item. Like weapons probably should be like +2 on the essence on a two-hander and +3 from a natty T1 at the absolute highest. But like +7, like what the fuck? What are we doing? What are we doing? And last but to that Po 1 now. I mean, kind of. In software trade, the answer is and always has been yes, if you're like a full, top 0.1% juicer. As long as temporals exist, you can always do that. You just gotta be a grinder. For everyone else, like you're never gonna reach those speeds, but you can still get pretty fast and kill things really quickly and easily. Yeah, I mean they need to fix spells in general. Infusions, I don't even want to fucking touch infusions, man. That shit looks so awful. Should be logging into bow skills. Yeah, I mean I'm probably gonna play either like I'm leaning towards like some kind of like either bow, crossbow, quarterstaff setup. Not sure. I know I hate like everything mace related is awful. I didn't like Druid Bear at all. Druid Wolf is not good. Druid Caster apparently has some good stuff. So if I wanted to try some self casting, apparently Druid spells are real. That's on Twister. Yo, I don't even like. I think Twister is used by spears, right? Like that's not a spell. It's spears. I don't know shit about that. I don't really consume content for this game. I just kind of learn things by people shitposting in our guild Discord. Just like slowly over time. But Karn says Twister and bows are OP. Fubgun says melee's OP. And reel in post 4-hour runs to tier 15 maps. That's the shtick in that Discord. Souls and Predicting running from start to Arbiter, playing Jin Spark. Yeah, I've heard there's like one of the minions on the Jin Ascendancy that just like fucking pipes this crazy damage. That's how you make self-cast spells real, is by pressing a spell that makes a minion do damage. He's not even playing minions? Holy, really? Just sparking? That sounds sick. With their hour still patch and drops, based on all of when these things have been released in the past like 5 teasers, it should be very soon. If it's on the same schedule. But of course, they're probably doing patch notes right up until they finally are happy with what they are, so could be soon, could be later. Soul Builder says the best is slow. Is he doing hardcore runs? Hardcore runs? Yeah, I mean, I think it's always gonna be a little slower. But I can't imagine much would compete with fucking Shield Ball for a hardcore run in the current patch. Shield Ball is crazy strong and tanky. Well, it's not that tanky versus the boss itself, but just don't get hit. Earthshatter Warcry style. That's what Shield Ball is. It's Earthshatter Warcry style. Except instead of pressing Earthshatter, a skill that has a like a 0.1 radius and does no damage and has super slow attack speed because it's a mace, you press Shield Ball, which is bigger and better and cooler. Oh no, fuck shield charging into the wall. That's super fake and you almost never do it. The problem with charging into the wall is like it doesn't work if there's a monster within like 2 feet of the wall. It only works if they're very far away. Because you need the wall to explode and kill the monster before your charge hits it. So you pretty much always just shield ball and then fortifying cry. And then shield ball and fortifying cry forever. And then like when you get to like a boss, you'll infernal cry every 3rd fortifying cry. Or something like that. I kind of forgot how the Infernal Cry works. I haven't played it in 4 months, but no, it's literally Earthshatter play style. It's just 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Charge and leap slam. And it basically pops off the moment you hit like level 31 and get Fortifying Cry. Is it Titan? So it league starts, shit, what's it called? Is it called Warbringer? I think it's Warbringer. For the no cooldown Warcry node. And for like free armor break and like some block stuff and a bunch of other good stuff. Nah, fuck Smith. Smith's for cowards. Warbringer's better. And then you change the Titan as soon as you get a few in-game things that let you get armor break from your weapon and something else for your cooldown. It's like some support gems for your cooldowns of your Warcries. A lot of people play Smith for Shield Ball. It's really tanky, but it's just like shittier and slower. And like Warbringer defense is just good. Like obviously Smith defense is better, but because you get armor break, so it's worker cooldown reduction and like armor break, and then I'm pretty sure what I did is this, which makes it way easier to get block cap, and then Encase in Jade, which is 10% additional PDR permanently. And if you want, you can press the button for it for a shield as well, but it's just 10% PDR. And then I think I ran Magma Barrier, so it was like basically 0 investment, 50% block chance. I'm just sick. And then as soon as you get the weapon crafted to get your armor break from your weapon, then you pivot to Titan and get this big scaling, and I think it's like more life and yeah, it's like more life and damage against heavy stun in this, or more armor. Titan's better. Alex going Monk. I might go Monk. I'm waiting for patch notes. There's no reason to think about anything until then. I know Alex is gonna play hardcore trade again. I'm probably gonna play softcore Self-Found because I want to like experience all the content through a Self-Found mindset. But I know if I die, I'm not gonna make a second character. So I'm probably just gonna play softcore Self-Found, but like with the hardcore mindset of trying to never die still. Wish you could do that. Yeah, I mean, Monk's always been crazy good in hardcore. Or really just any build where you can just have 14,000 ES while also having evasion or block or something. You're pretty much never gonna die. You can't really start stuff on hardcore. The only bit that works with like starting hardcore and then playing softcore if you die, that only works if you die in the campaign. The moment you make it to maps, if you die, your progress doesn't transfer. Yeah, Witch Hunter also seems really good. It's like sorcery ward for sure looks sick. And if the log out boost still works with that shit, like oh my god. You just log out back in, your sorcery ward resets. Like how is that real? Happened to the Impending Doom build. So basically I skipped one day to play some Battlefield 6, and then I got food poisoning and was super fucked up for the past like 4 days. Basically couldn't eat food. I was like sub 1,000 calories for like each day for a while. I feel like kind of okay right now. But like I had like bouts of feeling normal and fine each day, and then it would like get worse after, or like was worse before and then get better. Yeah, that was annoying. We'll see. No, I was on like cruise ship. How much person gave it to you? No, I can't ever really know, but I have my suspicions. Martial artist thing sounds good. The defense incident sounds good. I forgot what the defense one is. Remember they had like really cool glove thing. But yeah, I didn't need to drink more water. Just hard. Watching streaming the Tesla on Starlink. Holy shit. Plus 2 other res mods, max res. Chrono delay damage is like that's really good defense. Like that paired with alter time and a slightly slow playstyle means you're probably never gonna die. But then like you're starting on the witch side of the tree and like spells are kind of mid. Just gotta wait for patch notes. Just gotta wait. A Goldman Railway enjoyer. I pretty much only play Red Sec. I don't really care about base Battlefield. Base Battlefield it was like okay. It was kind of fun the first time I was playing it with the boys, but it's very mid. Is it better than Witch Hunter? I'm going to assume Witch Hunter is getting compensatory nerfs to account for the armor evasion buffs. But we'll see. The monk also gets nerfs. Well, they didn't buff. Yes. And surely this fucking spectral ward node is finally nerfed. Like this will be the patch. This finally gets nerfed down to 1-1 instead of 2-1. Busted ass node. More patient barrier. Oh, percent increased DS nodes. Yeah, those aren't getting changed. Shovel build super slow action speed. Early game, yes. Later on, it's not that slow, no. Like you basically just path to like all the increased move speed and attack speed nodes, and you get fast eventually. But it starts off pretty slow, and nothing is ever gonna feel like Zerker in PoE 2. Q is up. What? It's not 0.9 attack speed. Yeah, no, like the attack speed when you first start playing is really slow, but it has the benefit of it just has a really slow basic attack speed, it doesn't have like plus 0.8 seconds to total attack time, which is an unscalable fuck you penalty. So like once you get a ton of increased attack speed, like you can actually keep scaling it. And you can get it to a point with like onslaught helmet and like speed on like every source you can get it on the tree and stuff, and it does feel good. But like yeah, when you first start pressing the button at level 31 in the campaign, that shit is slow. But once you're like level 75, 80, good. Yeah, I think it's just auto attack, bone shatter, and perfect strike, and like whatever else like normal warrior leveling is until 31. I think you can stop shield wall at 22 if you really want to force it, but waiting until fortifying cry is often better. Because it's not just shield wall that does damage, like fortifying cry also does damage. Yeah, Sid, that's kind of surprising. I'm really curious to see what changes there, because they also said, they kind of, whoops, habit, I promise, habit, I'm not playing Battlefield right now, I promise. Maybe just one game. They kind of talked about how, like, no Battlefield, no, stop that, close. They talked about how, like, there was only one of these wheels in the tree, and they kind of wanted to have more of this, like more access to this on the tree itself, not just on gear. So if they make the tree even better for armor setups and buff armor bases, like armor already felt really, really, really good for everything except getting randomly one shot by like a few abilities that actually do huge damage. But for mapping defense, armor feels fucking cracked. Shit, it's still trying to download update. Stop that. I said no. I said no. I did not give my consent for this, Battlefield. What are you doing? What are you doing? I gotta pull out the big guns. End task. Die. Did I win? I think I won. Alright, it's 220 and patches haven't dropped yet, so... Scruplio? Nah, I'm just kidding. Let's go Battlefield. Let's go. What's your cute Apex? How about IQ? Shit, where's that game that got canceled? Was it up here? Is my icon gone? I forgot its name already. High Guard? Yeah, that one. Was that actually decent? I don't know. I think it was kind of awful. It was just one of those things where, like, I had an okay time playing it because I was shooting with the boys. And, like, whenever I'm shooting with the boys, I'm always having a good time. But, like, I just don't understand why, like, so many things were a thing. Like, the whole, like, go loot, like, 3 times and have these, like, like just no combat, no anythings, like, just, like... It's just so slow. And the gunplay itself was very mediocre. Like, very, very, very mediocre gunplay. So, like, what was the point? Like, weird concept. Just, yeah. An adventure with Apex movement. Good luck. You trying to play like fucking Quake? massive map only 3v3. I feel like the only way high ground would have worked for me is if the only one loot zone appeared every single map, or like every phase, so you were forced to fight while looting. It's like the only way it would have worked. Play Valheim. That's what everyone would be doing these days, huh? Most uninstalled or reinstalled game. I mean, probably just whatever game I've played the most for the longest period of time. Across the most computers, right? So probably World of Warcraft. I've never like uninstalled a game out of like rage and then reinstalled it again. Like you don't have to uninstall it. You just hit the X button and that program closes and it can't hurt you. I wouldn't like Valheim. I talked about this last time I streamed, that like it gives me classic WoW vibes, like big time. So I agree, it probably wouldn't be for me. Is that a bad thing? It's for me, yeah. For some people, no. It just like I watched, I think Exile like accidentally pull like two boars, and then you kind of just like scamper away because you lost, and you hope somehow you get away, and they leave you alone. And that just reminds me of like some fucking Tauren warrior like accidentally aggroing two guys and then getting dazed while trying to escape. Like 2 playing characters at the same time. Parry, dodge, miss, glancing blow. Yeah, Frost may just pull entire villages in classic WoW as well. Like once you know what you're doing, I'm sure it's the kind of thing that is fun. What is this? What is this? Am I winning? Am I winning? Holy shit, I'm winning. I'm crushing it. Wait, I see it. Boom, 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 boom. I see it. The Matrix, it calls to me. Beat that score. Solved it in 3. I don't know what the fuck that was. But I feel like I won, and I'm proud of myself. Destiny the game got canceled. Didn't it just like, I mean, did it get canceled, or is it just like they're done with Destiny 2 and working on something new? Like Destiny 3. No more updates ever? Yeah. But like, is it a sequel coming out? Who knows? I had a lot of fun playing that game when it first came out. Destiny 2, I think. And I tried to get to it like once or twice with like Lipid Max for various patches, but don't think it ever worked very long. Any Fellowship? I have not, no. That one could be fun, though. I mostly just play PoE and then I shoot. With whatever the modern shooting game is. That's mostly it these days. Love shooting. I feel like it's been BF6 for a long time. But the red sec player base is definitely depleting over time. Play the finals. We didn't play the finals in a while. I like the finals personally, but I don't think the other shooters liked it very much. Deadlock is sick. Isn't that a MOBA? Shooter MOBA? Way more shooter than MOBA? Good. Because no one needs another MOBA. That's not good for this planet. I just got a patch. 6 gigs? Holy. Too scared to try it? Dialed? What is it? They'll show you 5 colors, then you have to recreate it. Bro, I'm fluxed out the ass. Well, let's see.
Single player.
Wait, it's 5 in a row? It was like some shade of pink. Do you have to like stop on it? I already forgot. Is it going black mean it's the right one? Why did it go black? Oh, just because it's like too... Oh, I see. Boom, lock in. I suck. Wait, that wasn't even close. Alright, round two. I'm locked in this time. It's like a stupid green that you'd find on a Subaru. Let's go. Like that. Boom, that's it. Mine's too green. This is not a real color. Dark purple? That's not real. That's not real. How dark was it though? Was it that dark? Was it that dark? That one. Boom. I swear they look so much like more colorful in the first thing. To me. Bland as hell. Is that blue? Is it gray? Am I colorblind? Bro, you guys that haven't seen how fucked my flex is? Like, it's not fair, right? It's not fair. Shit, I broke it. Like, this is what I'm rocking 24/7. You can't see it. So, like, my screen is, like, giga orange tinted. So the way colors come through are not exactly accurate. Why? So I can play games all day and not have eye strain. But yeah, like one time my monitor turned off and on, and then OBS started capturing my flux, and everyone was like freaking the fuck out. I don't even know how to make it so it shows up properly. It's like it was like a graphical bug. No. What if you logged in? Can you still get 2 one-handers to beat the shit out of Miller? I don't know my password. Oh well. We tried. Honest effort. Checkpoint with the under cursor. Yes, only in softcore. But taking away respawn and checkpoint instead of like renaming it to like reset a checkpoint was crazy. Boop. Yeah, the selling skill gems for gold being a different price was really funny. I mean, you can still do it, right? It just costs, it's like 1 gold per instead of like 26 or whatever it was. You can still do it. Why'd they remove that? Because being able to start Act 1 with actual items made the game like not torture you for the first 10 minutes, and that's the intended experience. The intended experience is that you're going to fight for your life in Grailwood and get chased down by dogs that are stronger than you, and then you get stronger after that. You're not allowed to be strong before Grailwood. Row versus Wolf at level 2 who wins? I mean, for the Roas, like you can just mule one character, get a scale vest, and life pot through Roas, and you're always safe. I don't know if it's that easy to be able to be safe versus wolves, like defensively. Obviously, you can just not get hit by them and kill them, and they don't have shield charge, so they're a little easier to avoid. So it's like wolves are easier to outmaneuver, but Roas are easier to just like face tank if you want. Thanks for the gifts. How many mules to buy an item from the vendor? Probably like 5 to buy like one thing. It depends what the thing you're buying is, though, right? Because like the cost of items between their slot and the rarity is rough. But that's also very true. Like Miller drops items, you can just identify them. You don't need to buy from the vendor. It's never worth it. It's never worth it speed wise. Um, but it can be worth it consistency-wise in a hardcore environment. Like, if killing Miller an extra time for those 3 extra Wisdom Scrolls and an extra, like, set of items from the Miller made it, like, way easier to do Act 1 in the first 10 minutes, like, it could be worth it. Especially because you can kill Miller pretty quick. The issue is without, like, the respawn at checkpoint, like, cheese on certain classes, you can't, like, dual wield and just bonk them. Even just in hardcore in general, like Act 1 is, if you haven't practiced a ton, it's really easy to goof in Act 1. I do one campaign run per league, like that shit's scary. It's hard. Might not be this time if I play softcore for the first time, but we'll see. Finish the patch notes first. We're waiting. It's been like point 1. I mean, like point 2. I think point 2 was in the campaign was like super hard, right? I don't even remember what changed in point 2 to make it harder. Oh shit, a Chris Wilson tweet? Fucking fob gun. Oh, just gooning. It's a fake link. Upskipping so I think bows will be nerfed. The nerf that bows are gonna get is this. All monsters in the game are gonna have 4 times HP and T15s, including bosses. And your freeze snipe is not gonna one-shot the boss with a dog shit bow anymore. It's gonna do a fifth of the boss's HP, and you can't freeze a boss 3 times because it gets like infinite DR, so you can't kill the boss in 2 snipes, and then you're gonna be dog shit. That's the bow nerf. Poison still exists. Amen. Log in, play poison. I don't think like if like the bow bit is something sniper related. Like I don't think I ever want to play that personally, just because of the freeze interaction. Like I don't mind pressing snipe itself if snipe is good for damage, and doing it versus a boss that's unfrozen honestly is harder. It's kind of weird the payoff for snipe comes from making it so the boss can't fuck with your snipe when it's like they don't that feels inverse to me almost. Isn't just achieve early progression? Yeah, I mean in current PoE2, eventually you just outscale it because like gear is completely insane, and as soon as you have good gear on an attack build, any skill you use, even with no support gems, will one-shot everything. But that's only once you've played for 15 hours in Trade League, you know. The first 10 hours is the shit we gotta worry about. The W icon into the recycle bin. I don't see a W. Where is it? An Overwatch icon? Yeah, we got dragged into Overwatch for a little bit there. And like I don't like mind Overwatch, but definitely not on the same tier of shooter as any of like the good BRs or anything. But if that's what's being shot, then I shall shoot. forget to fill my vault this week. I don't even know how to do that. Rate my aim from 1 to 10. It's kind of hard to do that because, like, it just depends on like the people you're including in this category, right? Because if you were to include this category like every human on the planet, it's like 9.9, right? But if you include people that actively play shooters that are all nerds that are trying to be good, it's for like a 7. Maybe an 8 on a good day. But I just don't shoot enough anymore. A Genji main. I played Genji a lot at some point in time. But I was more of a McCree and Soldier when I played Overwatch. That was in like fucking 2015 when this game came out in Season 1. Yeah, there was that crazy patch. I logged in for like 1 day. I think they buffed Mercy Power Beam to 50% instead of 30, and McCree headshots just one shot everyone that had 200 HP, which was the majority of the crew back then. And that shit was dumb. I don't even thought that was a good idea. You were just one tapping like everybody. Only strategy you need is sliding into their face and shooting them. If you lose, that's what God ordained. And that's the only way to play modern BRs. You literally just run at people until you eventually run into a team that kills you, or you win. Which is why I love that Battlefield for its like, you know, it being at least like aesthetically like a realistic game. Its momentum physics are complete nonsense, and you can just jump out of cars at full speed and start fighting. I love that shit. Like I love that. That's what made Super People so fun. Because you could do that if you had Driver, the class in your team. In Battlefield, you can just do that always. It's sick. Play circular rotations to get the better position in the late game? Fuck no. Fight. Only if you have to. Like sometimes circles end up in a way where it's like, if it's near like golf course, where it's like you just have half the circle is totally open, no cover, nothing at all. Like you have to play a little bit slower. Or if it's like building endings and there's 4 teams, like you can't just run. You have to play a little slower, but unless you're completely forced due to bad environments, we're just running. Running and driving and shooting. Just skill check everyone. When's patch notes? I heard it was today. I thought it was tomorrow personally, and then someone in the Discord said it was today, so I was like, fuck it, I guess I'll just log in. Start talking. What are the other Ascendancies? If there was like a spell build that felt good to play and was fun, defensively, Chronomancer, I think it looks pretty cool. Like the Schizo node for 30% less damage taken, plus like alter time, which I think they already had alter time, right? I think that was already a thing. Like that's really strong defensively. It's just like I don't like the builds that play top of the tree, except for like Essence Drain. Now for hardcore, I think monks are going to be way more popular than Chronomancer. Monk, good. Witch Hunter, maybe also really good if they don't like nerf it primitively. Disciple? What is Disciple? The Druid thing? Oh, the top for Ashta one? I mean, I almost played that one, like, just because it, like, looked cool. So I get it. But yeah, anything that can build Energy Shield and just stack the fuck out of Energy Shield is good in hardcore. Especially if it's allowed to either use a shield to get block chance or pair with evasion. Because right now, like, the ES is just, like, silly. We'll see if that eventually changes. This patch surely will be the patch that you can't click one ES node and get 2,000 extra ES. Monk Shield Ball login? No. Warrior Shield Ball? Life in tree? I don't think they're ever going to put life in the tree. Any good monk leveling skills? Ice Strike, let's fucking go. Matcher still play bows. Bows are still going to be really good, yeah. X mouse button is to make it so my scroll wheel up and down, left click instead. For like dumping inventories into stash. And this is like a logout macro to rebind. It rebinds my logout macro to like F7 and PO1 and in PoE2 I think actually in PoE2 I think I just use Razor Synapse to remap my mouse 5 button to escape because you don't have to log out. But then it also has like keybinds to like slash hideout and stuff. But in PoE2 you just log into your fucking hideout, so you don't really need that either. But I guess you do if you're in Trade League, because then you have to go to someone else's hideout and then slash hideout back and stuff. These days I use TCP in Path of Exile 1. I used to use slash exit. But in PoE2 you just pause typically. And then when you're entering a boss fight, then you would change to log out, yeah, instead of pause. But honestly, when I was playing hardcore bossing, like I kind of just went in with the idea that I'd alt F4 if I had to, or hit escape and click the button manually. Because I was too lazy to rebind my pause button to log out. And it's not like you really had to worry about that in most cases. Because you just one-shot, like when you're playing trade, which I did in point 2, which is the majority of the bossing I did, you just one-shot the boss anyways, because the boss is at 2 HP. And it's actually easier because in point 3 they lowered the health of all bosses by like 60%. Which I really am curious about, because if they actually do want to make like T1 to T15 have some scaling, that'll also for sure mean that pinnacle bosses have to have more HP. Because right now, like, you have like a T1 boss that has like 800,000 HP. A T15 boss has like 1.3 million HP, barely even increasing. And then like your base pinnacle is what, like 6 mil? And then difficulty, the highest difficulty is like 14 mil, I think. And Arbiter itself on hard mode, I think, is different entirely. because he's on like a different system. But if they were gonna have it so it's like there's actual map tier scaling while keeping the same starting point, that T15 thing would need to have like probably like 3 mil, at least 2 mil, maybe 3 mil, somewhere in between. Which means surely a base pinnacle is not 6 for like the easy version, because that's like only double the health of a map boss. That'd be crazy. Guys, why'd you open that? Like, it's not real. Look who's posting it. You fell for that? What is it? Lake of Calandra? Wow, look at that. It's Lake of Calandra. Crazy. Predictable. Predictable. Thanks for the prime. Never miss out on the theorycrafting there. Yeah. Kevin actually asked me to play in a more casual guild, which I might do in the future, but not like right now. If enough people want to do that kind of thing, could be good. Could be fun. Just like all the old washed up raiders that couldn't handle the prep time but still kind of want to play. No, not ID. That's how ID started, and then now they still do. I think ID does more now than what I did when I last played. Only required to have 4 alts? Nah. Nah. I'm doing at most absolute hard cap limit 2 characters if I ever play WoW again. Ideally 2 different classes. Ideally. Hunter and Mage. Double, triple DPS classes. Let's fucking go. What in patch notes? I want to read. Oh, also make sure you sub, because as soon as patch notes drop, it's gonna become a pay to watch stream. So yeah. I heard that's the new meta, so not serious, of course. But thanks for the primes. Have enough patches start today? I think they said they were gonna be today, like 2 months ago. I don't know, people hating on them. I mean, it kind of depends on what you're paywalling. Like, for example, I think paywalling like a POB link or a filter blade link is like always scum. Like that, no matter what, because like you're using a free tool produced by someone that's done more for the community than you, and then paywalling like your tiny addition to it. Like that's always bad. But like if you're like paywalling your VODs, I don't fucking care. Do it if you want. Like that's fine. I think it's a little different in WoW, Robin, because in WoW it's like already the kind of thing that just like everyone has done forever since the dawn of time. So it's just like normalized there. Whereas it's like the opposite in this game. I mean, the harm is just that if everyone starts doing that, the community would be worse off. It's like anti-societal behavior, right? And we're good at the app save and login. There's things the patch notes. Holy shit, they're here. Are they? Are they though? Are they? Patch out. Holy shit, he's linking it again. It's the same one. It's still like a Calandra. Let's go. What we got here? Broccoli's arrived. There's two of them. They're coming for you. What are you gonna do when he looks at you like that? What are you gonna do? So the guy that said patch that's in 30 seconds actually lied. So that's still Lake of Calandra. Am I actively playing the game? Battlefield, yeah. I play it like every night or every other night, every now and then, happens. PoDB has it at 2 hours. Doesn't PoDB just make that stuff up, or is that guy like a fucking time traveler? Is it good? It's a good BR. Campaign practice run. I'm not gonna do any runs today. That'll be a little later in the week. Today I just want to read the patch notes and think, and kind of do some scouting. I guess I can do that now. Like there's Peewee Ninja for Peewee 2, right? Because I didn't play for very long this patch, right? I think I played for like a week, maybe 2 at the absolute most. I want to see what people ended up doing later on. The problem is Temple just made this league so crangled. So by DPS, what do we got? Comet. Comet. Everyone's cast on crit Comet. So I'm gonna assume this is dead, right? Like, I think that one's just gonna be just completely deleted. For a variety of reasons. 1, it's popular. 2, it's strong, and 3, it like is like comical in how it looks. They tried already. Yeah, I think they'll find out how to do it right this time. I love how the main skill is just Hail Device. Damn, the main skill function of PoE 2 Ninja is way shittier than Po1 Ninja. Like this is a real skill, but this is almost all just utility skills. Yeah, because everything's a 6-link, so you can't just simply use 6-link as like the skill that is actually real. But yeah, we can kill Comet, of course. This guy's just ice shot with 5 million DPS. What a legend. What we got here? I think this one will still exist. +3, +4, +3, +2. Damn. Look at that damage. 1 to 99 lightning. Holy. What a grinder. No rarity. Yeah. I mean, doing self-found temple stuff, I don't know if it was possible to also stack rarity while doing the hardest temples. That seemed like the scaling actually meant you needed a pretty real damage. Obviously, software trade gamers can do what they want, but were you doing 2,000% monster life temples? 20 billion% effectiveness? 5.8k EHP? I have no idea what this number even means in this game. I assume it's just going to be like mostly people. Like, why is this one guy a lot? Let's see what he's got. What's he doing? Every single item is orange. Oh, he's a mana gamer, that's why. Comet, Comet, Comet. It's Zeri, it's Zeri. – 116% magic adorn and self-found. What is this roll? Is it 0 to 150? Or is it 50 to 150 for magic? Oh shit, conflicting answers. That's the big 0. What are the red things? Does it also always come with one of these, like, negative to positive things? Oh, just the Valkyrie syrup? I see, I see. Wait, so is that how you got the rare one here? Like, you had to hit, like, the 1 in 8, and then also the... Damn, that's rough. That's rough. Alright. What are the Pathfinders doing? Everyone's just fucking Comet. Let's find Comet and kill it. Comet's dumb and stupid and bad. Die. So it's simply ice or poison, bows. Bows, bows, bows. This is what Sarge was playing yesterday, or not yesterday, Yesterleague. Where they're wearing assaulters at. I don't think you put that on Pathfinder, right? Because, like, you can just, like, you move with your skill or something. I'm not sure. But they're not here. On Titan. Love Titan. What the hell's a rend? Yeah, I mean, Titan makes sense to me. Oh, that's just Wyvern Form auto attack. God bless. What about that was? What was that one called? Whirling Assault? I love it, just like 14% pounce. God bless pounce. I wonder if they nerf pounce and give it like plus like 0.4 seconds to total attack time. If you use it when you're not already a cat. So there was one guy doing it on Pathfinder. But yeah, definitely most on Titan. The brass dome. Ah, this guy doesn't have a headhunter. Ah, here's his brass dome. Yeah, I don't really know about that. People that die every now and then, I think, is the answer. If it's 6 hours to drop, yeah, they could. Bone shatter to move around? I don't believe that. Is that real? Don't you need a target to move with bone shatter? And it's gotta be like really close compared to pounce. It's real. Is it just like a super fast attack speed? It's just like the old monk thing from like point 2 and point 1, or when you have like 900% increased attack speed, like all the attack skills just fucking move you like crazy. Love that. Love that. So sick. Except the actual skills that are travel skills. Those all have things that make it so you can't use them that way. Whirling Assault. Yeah, that one definitely looks cool. We'll see. New Febgun link just dropped. This doesn't look ideal. Yeah, let's nerf this. Hear that? Report! Screen shake is on. You gotta have screen shake on. Yeah, Robin. Killing Strike checks the cull before the damage event, so it's pretty bad. But that might change at 0.5, who knows? I don't think it ever will change actually, just because of how like Witch Hunter works and how culling threshold stuff works. Speed, quality, stacker, titan. Is this gonna be the bone shatter guy? Dude. Oh fuck yeah. He's fast as fuck. Let's go. Why is he dying when he attacks?
Here, the idea is pretty simple. We increase our maximum rage, which blood magic, so we damage. Speed
Downloaded. I want to see it map
So
at that speed.
I'm a builder from Japan.
Lore and guide. Yeah, it looks like it's got a lot of information with like lines and shit. We love that.
This
A lot of speed. That seems fine. To rage stack and get that many things from it.
build use zero freezing infamy.
The classic. Crown of Eyes is a fucking terror in both games. Was time of need how he was healing?
Time we spend rifle is a skill, and also I'm using blood magic, so we are very fast. So very quickly. That's the foundation of the build. A ridiculous number.
Beautiful.
The shocks are being counted as anything about it. Each spike gives more damage, out to about 45 aftershocks per second. That's honestly a crazy amount. Spike more multiplier plus aftershocks together mean huge damage. This build behaves pretty unusually.
Map and POV for it. Let's go.
Alright bros, we are back with a new build. Just happen to have a ton of currency, you just throw it into an idea like this. I do not think Pathfinder is good unless you are a billionaire. I think this character is completely bait unless you've got the Adorned. If you've got the Adorned and you've got the Vertex with +4 on it, it's awesome. If you've got the currency to buy everything, it's awesome. And it's still like, it's expensive. I don't know how to explain it other than it's a really expensive, and I can't vouch for it if you don't have an Adorned. We're solving for our stat requirements with our Adorned, so that means that we can take all of the 5% pathway nodes with the Ascendancy. But yeah, interesting. Probably the first Pathfinder you've seen that doesn't actually use sprint.
Maybe
Sprint
for
is
temple,
terrible.
I assume.
We do not use it. We've got Bone Shatter to move.
It's like for mapping, like if you have like just the standard really easy to make weapon, like tyrannical fucking physical like essence or whatever with like +5 and onslaught and a headhunter and a 6-link, you're gonna dumpster T15 maps, right?
It's way faster, and then whenever it's time to kill
So it's like
monsters,
all the
we're just
budget
got
after
strikes,
that is
swap,
purely to
just instantly swaps.
make it so you can move
really
fast.
fast, you kill everything, and yeah, we've got a haste aura from our companion. We've got minion packed 1.35x damage multiplier. I'm gonna talk later about a couple tricks we're using to use multiple
like
support gem.
I assume most of the cost is making it so like the fucking you
less
can do the
instead of
bone shatter
one.
shit.
So look out for that. Outside of that, the character is really fun.
Oh, is that purity? There's purity in this game? Maybe that's the headhunter aura buff for us.
We've got like 15 hours played. We're level 96, so we're blasting. Got the campaign done pretty quickly, and got a boost for the temple. We have not set a temple.
Dude, the things people do to try to make movement skills work. 0.5 will just make actual move skills be in the game. Status have purity. Oh, it's only there when it's weapon swapping? Sounds like a crossbow character, right? Please no more plus time to attack. Yep. That stat should be deleted. For most things. Which makes Sunder good. Yeah, Sunder, unarmed Sunder looked fast as fuck. Log in, press it. Ah, +3, poor. Hey, it's fucking huge. What are Val body parts? Do you really want to know? I wonder if this stuff's gonna stay in Temple. The shield not good now? No, the Witch Hunter shield is really strong currently. You lose it all on death? Why would you ever die? Love move speed. Mirage actually good now? Didn't this have a... Oh no, yeah, it's got a 10-second cooldown. Paired with the 10-second cooldown grenade, kind of makes sense. Will it spam the cooldown grenade still? Alright, is Ballista instead? What if you did both? I don't fucking know. I don't know how any of this shit works. That's for us to figure out like tomorrow or like later today based on when patch notes come out. So the full Huckers Upon Spark Disciple campaigner today. So the whole thing they're doing with Disciple is they're just making use of the OP energy shield bullshit on Disciple. Which one is this? This guy. I forgot what they had. It was like -1 second. It's like you recharge way faster. You have the best travel nodes in the game. Let's hit this button real fast. Focus ES doesn't get a penalty. Oh shit, that's badass. I'm surprised. So you just basically get to use a staff with a bunch of extra ES. Might be a bug. Yeah, that's very surprising that it worked that way to me. And +1 works. So +2 and +1 are the same thing. Instead of +1 becoming 0.5 and just rounding to 0. That's crazy. A back splitter post? Is it so? A 0.4 update lasts the Druids link? Let's go, Bex. Appreciate it. Should I not crossbows again? I haven't played crossbows in 8 months. I don't actually know when it last was. 0.3, right? If I did crossbows again, it would be full grenades. Because I've never played like a full grenade setup. But apparently that's strong. It might get nerfed. Who knows? But I don't have any desire to do, like Galv again. My eyes will hurt. Bro, don't worry. I already solved for that. One shot in boss since Act 2. Yeah, but that's every archetype, right? Never use the log out tag. What, you throw your grenades, log out back in, throw your grenades? Because they reset? No, but no, like the way that logout works in PoE2 is so fucking egregious, and I know Zacky's not happy about it. I wonder if it'll ever actually get fixed though. Like you can log out mid boss fight, the game pauses for you instantly, so you're safe. You log back in, all debuffs are cleared, your cooldowns are reset. Like the game is frozen, so you can like look and see exactly what's happening and make your choice to move based on like what's going on. And there's just no penalty. You just do it over and over and over again. Like what the fuck? That's like so much more egregious than Po1 logout. Yeah, you can still log heavy stun. I mean, if they ever make it so you can't log heavy stun, they better also be just removing heavy stun from the game, because that shit's ass. I think all bosses presence still pausing. Well, no, like you can log out on pinnacles. Like if you close your game on a pinnacle boss, the game pauses. You just can't do escape menu pause versus pinnacles. But it's like kind of I wouldn't recommend ever doing it when dodging like dangerous mechanics, because when you log back in, things don't always render properly for the first couple seconds. So like you wouldn't want to do it defensively versus mechanics, but you can do it kind of like reactively versus debuffs or versus like obviously getting heavy stunned, or if like you want to reset your cooldowns on your abilities, certain ones reset. I don't know if they all do. Uninjured Arbiter Ball, got your last level hardcore character. Ball. Like the big circle things. Yeah, that was a big concern of mine. I remember, was it last patch maybe? I was like going through the campaign and like a lot of bosses just weren't gracing me with rendered abilities in the first playthrough, which is like a shader issue. It's classic in both games. Ugh, soon. I continue the occultist run. Probably not. No, I kind of lost momentum, unfortunately. Patches that's delayed, surely. No, it'll be soon. How strong the next turns the martial arts are gonna be? Is there a link to like those Ascendancies in just like picture form with the things that were announced for them at least? Rest in peace, Windward. Yeah, it's always PoTDB when in doubt. Which one do we know? Click the 3D. Oh, up here. Yeah, thank you. Then, yeah. I had to reread. I was like, the 3D model. What 3D model? Let's go ahead and hit the zoom. Channel. No. This is like fucking Charge Dash General's Cry hybrid. It's like Shockwave. When you crit with other skills, you just proc this Shockwave off your guy. Twice per second, 224%. That's like definitely useful. Yeah, like Shockwave, you can actually 6-link it fully on its own. Like this one, it's like worthless early game because you don't have enough crit scaling, but once you do have crit scaling, log in. I'm sure the runes are going to be good. This one is so weird. But like when you're just blast mapping, it's not that hard to just always be full on this shit, right? Except you lose one when you attack. So you really gotta just like over-generate by not having to spam your skill to kill small packs of monsters. It's a definitely a weird thing, weird defense. And offense. But yeah, I think the gloves are gonna be sick based on what we saw. Glove good, rune good, bell probably good. .1 seconds on this one. This belt seems ass, right? Outside of maybe some benefit of like stunning the bell count as like stunning or culling to generate power charges, right? Yeah, it's duration. But like overburn and Z plus and bell and minus 40% duration. Yeah, I guess you can make it so they're a little more often. But like the cull part seems a little better. So we don't know what these four are. But yeah, I mean, gloves, this spell, runes, all seem really strong. This spell is like probably not the worst thing ever, but like periodically appear near you, 2 meter radius. They appear within 4 meters of you. You could be fighting a target and it just spawns 4 meters away, and then like you can't even use it to hit your current target. With some radius scaling, it'd be a little bit easier, assuming this doesn't scale, and this does. But possibly one of these two could be really good as well. Yeah, there are area nodes on Monk now, which is fucking great. I haven't played Monk since they added this. It used to be that you just had like 0% increased area on Monk, but now they have... It's this, which are okay, and then the ones over here are both like really big increased area numbers with some downsides that you can eventually not care about too much and actually get like really good area scaling on Monk, which is cool. That was not a thing back when I played Monk in like 0.1. But we'll see what these two are later whenever they announce that. I think there was a different class they also teased when that one came out. But like, I think martial artist was the only one that I cared about. A combust minute skill upgrade on the gloves, or not all mods will have alternate version. It's possible not all mods will have alternate version, or it'll just be like one level higher. But that glove node does seem like it could be pretty sick. We'll just have to see what all the options are. That's from the video showcase for that PoDB monk class up, like class info thing. And all of those could be, modified numerically from when it was teased to when the notes come out to when the game comes out. So nothing is final, of course. Please Bowser worked with logging Chronomancer. I mean, apparently Soul is just playing fucking Spark Chronomancer right now. Log in. I think channeling ability might snapshot skills like charge consumers. The channeling ability. I'm not really sure how that would work. Like if you're consuming charges to channel and use a skill that consumes charges as well, like would your clones use the empowered version? Controlling with the notes, are they going to be changing them all week? Yeah, we'll see. I mean, like 95% of the notes don't get changed, right? There will just be a few outliers of things that probably are going to be updated over time. The posting notes in the past have been vague posting, but I feel like this time it's going to be different. I kind of expect this to be one of the first proper patch notes. That is more akin to the old league launches we've had in the first game. Because like there was a fucking 3-week gap between the teaser, like in this. Like surely like they're closer to completion than prior things. The tree has been changed. Some sealdoms have been rebalanced. Certain armor types have some amount of more armor. The life rolls on one piece of gear are different. Energy shield nodes have been nerfed. Tree comes out the day before the game, and it's like Patient Bear now has 50% ES instead of 60. Oh, I'm dying. When are we logging in? Probably tomorrow. Today is talking plus thinking about what I want to log into on, and then tomorrow could log in. Could happen. If they say this would come out today, yeah, I'm trying to find when that came from. What was it like? PoE 2.5. It's in the FAQ post. God bless. I thought there just still isn't a PoE2 website that like is full yet. So do we go here to the teasers? Is it down here? Maybe we go to the actual second site for this one. I know we can't go here because that takes us to the first game. /home. Find out more. I'm finding out more. What's down here? Get access now. Get it. The recap. But then we're just on the fucking base path exile forum. Back to the Poem website. Got feedback. It's got to be in here. Was the FAQ here? Oh, there it is. I could control F. May 21st PDT. That's today. Right, so it's like 4 hours left. Yeah, I mean, they released the breach reveal at like 8 p.m. PDT. So like I think the range for when this is going to come out is between like 2 p.m., which is the standard teaser time, and 8 p.m., which is I think close to the end of the workday. So somewhere in that range, you know. I think the only reason the League reveal and patch notes got separated is because it was just a long time since they talked about PoE2 and just wanted to start getting people talking about it again. So they did it like a lot earlier than before. And because like the big picture stuff was done, but just like the smaller stuff wasn't. Like another mobile thing for this league? Yeah, probably. Just gotta figure out what we're playing first. With skill tree from endgame. I mean, I have a lot more time. It really depends on how they do the patch release. The way we've done like mobalytics guides on League Start in the past has been kind of forced to be kind of like imprecise because we in the past have not gotten information on what was actually gonna change until fucking 2 hours before the game came out. So we just had like a live system set up that would like update as your character updated. But if we actually get patch notes that are real a week in advance and we get gem info 2 days in advance, then I'll have time to actually create like a proper guide before it comes out. We'll see. Just kind of depends on when things are available to be used. on when we got the information. How much for the build file? $200,000 dues per day that you want to use it. Well, I did the new build file. It really just depends on how functional the export things are for that. Because like I really like the layout for Mobalytics for like creating a build. It's got like good sections and stuff to like do the whole gym area and passive tree info and stuff. It's really easy to do, like from my point of view. And then if I can just click export, and then you just get that link and it puts the tree and gym stuff and some notes into your game, and that's all I have to do. Fuck yeah, I'll do that. It just like depends if they can implement it in time. The problem I have with POB2 is like everything's red. You know? There's like a lot of red and red and red and that's okay. I usually only really use it to like just kind of do tree pathing. Yeah, no, it's definitely a ton of work, and they add so many fucking gems in PoE2. Young man. Oh, is that new? Or is this only on like Witch doesn't have it, of course. Does Sork have that? I swear, Sork didn't have this when I played Sork in point one. No, that's not max. That's just like 3 fire, 3 cold, 3 lightning res. This one over here's 5, not max. These are new as well. From when I played at least. And damn, like you're always on full life. They do give you so much access to cast speed. With rings and stuff too. Like a ring is really what 24% cast speed? But then your mana cost is fucked. Should you ever take this one? Unless you're a blood mage. Yeah. Be a blood mage. I don't think the gemling thing is that big of a deal. Like whenever they're creating a new skill and they're like, all right, we need to create a new quality for it. There's probably always going to be like a couple ideas that get thrown into the discussion, and then you pick which one you think it makes the most sense. And then for gemling, you just like take the second one that makes the most sense and just throw that on there as well. Go to bed. Amen, bud. If I was across the sea, I for sure would just go to sleep and do it in the morning. Because it's possible these won't come out for another 4 hours. What's up, Viro? How's it going, bud? You excited? Viro, where are you standing? Are you thinking it's going to be like the patch notes in 8.2, where it was like, we've adjusted the balance of many skills? Or is it going to be like numbers and names, like lightning arrow 18.4%, ice shot 1%, shield ball now has plus 1 second to total attack time. Amen, Viro. Petty Business coming out in an hour. What if it's true? What if it's real? Is it very little? I'm kind of the opposite. I just feel like because like the reveal was 2 weeks ago, like I feel like patch notes are going to be in a better place than they have been in prior leagues. Amen, buddy. This is it. This is the patch. This is the in-game patch. Log the fuck in. I'm expecting to get like shit on in the end game this patch, Viro, if they actually make it scale properly and be harder and stuff. Nice little balanced game around softcore trade, absurd gear scaling. Log in. But then again, at the same time, like, just kill the monsters. Yeah, Robin. Like, I think one of the things that stood out the most as being a problem was like going from tier 1 to tier 15. Monsters didn't even double HP, but like the gear level in PoE2 is like completely absurd how strong each item is. To the point where like one in-game caster weapon gave you more damage than the entire passive tree. And then it's just like crazy, like how strong gear gets, and then how little the like monsters scale. But like a big part of that access to crafting with perfect currency and like better gear bases, because base types scale all the way until um the highest map tier. Like when you're doing lower tier maps because your guy sucks, like you also just get way less loot, so you acquire uh like those OP items way slower. Abyss is insane. Abyss is fun. Abyss and Breach login. I don't know. A Breach might be irrelevant. It's very possible. Like only being jewelry, but like rings are really important. If Breach can target some flat rings really effectively, it could be huge. Like an early like triple tier 3 flat ring could go hard. Abyss Breach Ritual login. Young man. Yeah, I think Heather. It's kind of weird how cheap it is for how strong it is. I'm surprised they even buffed it from 20 seconds to 1 minute when it was already like by far the best belt in the game at 20 seconds, and no other belt could even come remotely close to it. Not as Mage Blood. Yeah, Mage Blood might be insane. That's fair. But do we need better items? Maybe if the monsters start scaling properly. But like Mark was calling Mage Blood a divine sink, which makes me think Mage Blood is going to be like worthless 95% of the time. But then like when you hit the right combination of whatever happens when you divine it, it'll be like cracked. Varo, low-key, I think it's divinable fucking Path of Exile 1 utility flasks. Quicksilver Silver, let's go. Can it roll movement skills? Have you seen this Bone Shatter shit? It's just the monk stuff from like point 1 with attack speed stacking. You just move with Bone Shatter. Log in. Hey, moving like that? Yeah, like, just let me leap slam. Not to the ground cannon, that's some PoE2. Could be. I'm interested to see what happens to Leech, really. Play some non-music notes drop. I'll just try Screaming, if you want. Robin, it's not at all anymore. I'm not sure who's saying that. Since point 3, it's been pretty good. Before point 3, it was really bad. Bet Leech is going to be Giga shit at first. I just, dude, like, the way Leech worked in point 4 is, like, just so crazy. You attack and you just get, like, 100% of your life back in half a second. Because you have, like, one prefix on your gloves. Or a suffix, I forgot what it is. But, like Jesus. It's just, like, an uncapped win more mechanic that they tried to balance. It just, like, Leech only works if you do the right amount of damage. Like, they basically balanced Leech around, players are gonna do 500,000 DPS, and then it had 0 caps in place in case the players did more than that. And it was like, it just is very, very silly. But yeah, it's getting changed this patch. But even the numbers that Mark said in the Q&A, which obviously is very informal, were still, like, really high. Because if it's anywhere higher than, because he said 20% or like 50% a second, and I'm like, the fuck? Like, this is what region nodes look like? Like, spend 10 points and get like 2.8% a second? And we're talking about Leech giving even 20? Would be crazy. Unless you had like a bunch of investment into like max Leech rate. There's another Leech into regain from TLI. Low-key, regain is pretty cool. I kind of like how that stat works. For those that haven't played Torchlight, basically it's like you recover more when you're missing more. So like you'll snap from like 10% back to like 60, like super quick, but then like it takes a while to get back up to 100. By a while, I mean like not that long, but like 4 times longer than it took you to go from 10 to 60. It's time. What do you think? It's not time. You're logging in by the patch notes. Fuck. Which league is this? Ha! Got him. What do you thought Chronomancer getting schizo? That Chronomancer thing is very strong defensively. For sure. I don't know what else Chronomancer currently has. Because I haven't looked at this Ascendancy in so long. So yeah, like Temporal Rift is going to move here, and Schizo's going to be here. And they added like that 20% chance to like reproc thing. It's got big slow if you're a huge coward. The curse is insane too. Which one is that? Is that Sands of Time? No, that's this one, right? Inevitable Agony. I just like the way that curses work is still big pain. Curse delays blow me up. I'd rather not. I'm not sure how it works in PoE2, but in Path of Exile 1, it's not removed at full life for recoup. Delayed hits super annoying for yes recharge. Yeah, but if you take the one after it, Temporal Rift, it just gives you like crazy max hit, and then you just snap to full HP, ES, and get rid of the damage after time whenever. But if you don't play Temporal Rift, then yeah, like the 4-second delayed hit will for sure make your recharge very annoying. Which hunter would you play? Probably grenades. Fancy going Titan again? I think it's very unlikely. The only way I'd go Titan again is if I was playing hardcore. Witch Hunter bad. Witch Hunter is good in hardcore, but I don't know if it's good early. Like as soon as you have good gear, especially in trade when you can just buy Heries, it pops the fuck off with Sork Ward. But like early on, I imagine it probably isn't going to be super insane. Because you go from having like 1,000 life and like basically no armor to having like 2,500 life and having like 40,000 armor. So like defensively early on Sork Ward just like isn't a thing, right? Descending will be good for progression. It's like fine. But it just depends what you're playing. If you're playing like grenades, for example, when you're just one-shotting most trash from full anyways, it's not doing too much value. Like the only way that Cole does anything in PoE2 is if you're hitting like super fast. Like very, very fast, small damage hits like Galvanic Shards. Deflect getting changed surely. Viral, I'm pretty sure deflect is just gonna get its formula changed, so you need more deflection to get the current deflect percentages. With no change to how the actual like eventual math works for never being able to get near 100. And no sources of additional deflect to make it an actual max hit mechanic. This is the good shit. Zyro, funny enough, Spark. I'm just kidding. Right now, I mean, I think the good shit is like bows. Bows are good. Like currently, shield ball is good, but like that's a little bit slower, more of a hardcore thing. But waiting for the old patch notes, you know how it is. You have no clue what they're gonna blast off. Yeah, quarterstaff has like one good skill that people like to use, whirling assault. It's like cyclone kind of. Yeah, Saul's been doing Spark for Ashta in Hardcore Self-Found runs. No, I'm not playing Hardcore Self-Found. If I play Hardcore, it'd be Hardcore Trade, but like, there's too many new bosses in the game, and the way you boss in Hardcore when you're doing new content, especially in Trade League, is like you don't even walk into the fight until your character is so strong that you're just gonna shit on it, and you don't really learn anything. And when there's like this many like new systems being put in the game, if you want to actually like experience them properly, it's got to be self-found. And if they're fixing progression for tier 1 to tier 15, so you can't just snap at 15, so you get crazy strong instantly, like, I just know I'm not going to play enough to want to like die, make a new character, die, make a new character a few times. So I wouldn't actually be like learning anything meaningful if I played hardcore. They're not fixing that. We'll see, but I think they are. But yeah, like to me, I think this is going to be a good softcore league. Learn how the new in-game works, and then 1.0 back to hardcore. When we've gotten to go play Battlefield. No. No. It feels fine when you play good builds, Viro. Just have 20,000 ES. So nothing can ever kill you. Just have 20,000 ES and block cap, or like 70% evasion chance. It's fine. Because you don't have to invest into damage at all, because 2 pieces of gear is enough to do T15 maps. You're chilling. Chilling. Why it's so strong? Because you can get a chest with 1,000 ES on it very easily, and then at the same time you can click 400% ES in the tree very easily. Log in. Won't go until next year. No, 1.0 is definitely going to be this year. Apparently, they're dodging GTA. Is it the 6th one that's coming out? I think it's number 6. Apparently, they're dodging that, which is November, so it'll be like late November, early December, or some shit, which is going to be good. But if it doesn't get delayed, yeah, we'll see. But like they're still doing that stupid console release shit, right? Like I can't even play it. until the proper real gamer release happens. Not playing a spellcaster? Not really. Move speed's in the right side of the tree. And the bottom side of the tree. Spark Pathfinder login, Steel Spark start. Holy shit, let's go. What's the T want? Don't forget we're gonna lose the best part of campaign, the interludes, and gain X 5 and 6. Ready for the sailing. I saw someone said like the whole water area and the exhibition shit is like T15 only. Is that real? I saw like one picture of an island that said like minimum map tier 16. But it was just like one island. I wasn't familiar with the context of what that meant. Refresh. Zaki typed. Did I before? Oh wait, no, that was just two. Oh shit. Oh shit. Note soon. Let's put a build planner info on. Nope.
Received your discovery.
Yeah, I saw it here. I wonder if this means P16 is like the new default highest wastestones here, instead of being corrupt only. Because I can't imagine you'd have to have corrupt waystones for all this shit. And that'll help a lot with experience as well. Or higher. Yeah, like maybe 16 is not the highest default and 17 is corrupt. There to cover it's a mistake. Oh, really? Oh, the higher part was a typo? Okay. I just can't imagine this being corrupted plus one waystones only, so I have to assume that they just dropped tier 16 now. Or it's possible that, like, depending on what they said wasn't intended about it, it's possible this number updates over time based on, like, what you've done and, like, the current character they're on. Like, I'm not really sure, who knows. Maybe they, like, put in the T16 map over here and then used it to open the logbook, and then it's like you have to use the same thing or higher for the whole thing, and then you're fucked. That'd be funny. We'll know in a week. Are there 3 types and each type is 5 tiers now? Well, shit. I hope not, because that ruins my plans. You have to do your chores. Which chores you got, bud? The Breach quest line, the Expedition quest line, the Ritual quest line, the Abyss quest line. I think those are going to be really fast, though. We'll see how long it takes to do the full, like, you know, 300, 400 point Atlas completion. But I feel like the quest ones aren't going to be that slow. On each character? No. You know, that's just 400 points. It's a lot, yeah. No, Vira, it's going to be character bound. or it's not character bound, I mean. Come on. We're not crazy. We're not crazy. It's going to be league-wide. Do it once per league. Chill. $45 maps if you rush them. I assume that's only for the quests. I could see that being that way for the quests. But I think the Atlas one is going to be the one that takes like way longer to get full. Which is, of course, fine. Like, you don't need every single point in the Atlas tree to start playing the game. In the main Atlas tree, you only need enough to, like, target your mechanics that you care about, which likely won't even be half of it before you feel like you're at a comfortable point that you don't really care that much about the rest. For, like, one strategy, that is. And then, like, you'll kind of unlock the rest passively while doing your main strategy. Exactly. Soon. That's contagious. You know what else is contagious? This. This. Gonna burn out start the streams too early. I mean, people will start the streams when they're awake and existing. Like, whether the notes come out at 2 or at 8. Probably gonna start at like a similar time and just fuck around. But like starting to stream at like 7 p.m, notes at 8, stay up till 5 in the morning. No, we're adults here. We gotta wake up when the sun comes up. MPO2 software trade handy now? No. I definitely will never do that. But software self-found is very likely. All quivers come with 20 arrows. All bow skills consume an arrow, and arrows can be reclaimed by walking over them. Let's fucking go. That's how it should be. The sun gets up at 5 a.m. Now you're not waking up at 5 a.m. I know, isn't it the worst? Sounds horrible. No, you just don't see the vision. You just don't see it. Also, taking an arrow out of the ground is the old augury lever animation. It's almost 9:30 a.m. here. You haven't slept when to read. Pain. Yeah, these are going to come out at a very unideal time for our European friends. Use arrows are blunt and do 30% less damage. Oh, but of course. You have to level up your smithing to create the strongest arrowheads to do the most damage. I should live in the best country on the planet. Hey, man. It's just 36 more minutes, surely. It could be. DD viable with the Chrono thing for Echo? I don't even know how DD works now. I forgot what changed to make it not strong, because in point 1 it was just one-shotting everything. All I know is DD blows up your minions, and that's not allowed. Because then you're using minions. You played on Smith? I'm listening. I'm listening. Smith, fire spell and hit, DD whirling slash. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. It's so good. Gives next time. Is it time? Sorry. We go. We go. Yeah, Gemling could make some pretty cool changes. What does Gemling do besides that new stuff they added to it? This one's changed a bunch since it came out. Where the fuck's Gemling? Is this him? This is him. Red. Which one is it? Is it just being added or is it replacing? It's replacing this, right? I assume it's this. It makes sense. This is new from when I last looked at this. Whoops. Wow, that's such weird travel nodes. Considering most qualities have breakpoints. Like going from 20 to 24 often does nothing. I hope that changes. Something like a little more generic. Corruption per qual, like even then, that 23 to 27. Like so many things are breakpoints at 10. Some are breakpoints at 5. So I guess if you had all 3 of these, if they replaced this one. Oh shit, a link in chat. It's real! It's real! They're here! Let's fucking go. Control F. Skill level. Level. What's the wording? Skill changes. It'd be item changes. Ooh, player changes. That could be fun. Alright. We'll do that top to bottom, like a normal human. Why is there a... It's loading. It's loading. Wait, it's still loading. It's still loading. I'm getting some fucking 2004 flashbacks. Where are they at? They're almost here. It's almost here. I'm looking for all 4 of them. If you know, you know. The rune stuff. This is explaining the lead mechanic we already know. This stuff here, nothing new. It's explaining the mechanic in text. Okay, so this is neat. Below level 55, you gain Runic Orb with no downside. So in the campaign, it's purely just bonus for free. And then once you get into mapping, you start to trade base defense for ward. New currency items. After unlocking unique base Fortune Act 3, upgrade the base level PvP counter to drop at levels slower than 55. And it upgrades the base type of the armor to 55. So like you can, that's cool. You can upgrade like whatever kind of like early leveling item to higher base type if it has good stats. Guys, minimal spoilers, please. Minimal spoilers. We'll get there. We'll get there. But also Pog. Karn's mad. This is the weapon type based runes. Like each weapon has like a sick rune type for it. Like bows, it's like a limited to 1, 50% chance for additional arrow. So there's some really good early game ones as well from 15 plus. Dude, there's so many fucking runes. Okay, cool. Endgame. Atlas now 6 points of adventure locations for the quest that you do at the start. You fight the quest version first, and you fight the real one later. Third in the endgame map areas, so less chance to run into Mire. Some zoom, sure, bud. New in-game storyline. This is just kind of a recap still of all the stuff that came from the teaser video we already saw. This is new in this patch. We got a small talking about it during the teaser. So there's a new system called Masters. You can choose a master. Each one has 12 nodes. You can pick 4 of these nodes. And you can change them whenever you want very easily with no cost. I definitely want to see what these are. Like some of the ones that we've seen, it's like pretty strong, the bonuses they give to your experience in maps. Even more than this. Ooh, it's so big. I can't zoom more. I can't do it. So Delirium is a new storyline. It's just explaining how the storyline works. There's a progress bar. Map bosses are going to be tankier. Delirium itself is not going to make the game as hard, even though I don't think it did anything in the past. Double it in still, but you lose either one suffix or one prefix. It's crazy that I'm considering if that's even worth it. Like, is one notable better than one affix on an amulet? I don't know. When you also lose the implicit of a different amulet, I don't know, man. Like, Passage tree is kind of ass. I'm not sure about that one. We'll see. The liquid emotion for jewel stuff's really strong. Yeah, 300 Spirit Aura is crazy. For sure. Ooh, 7 wave sim? Yo, Pee-wee 2 is better. Breach storyline stuff. Breach is also being reworked to be like Po 1 Breach. Nothing to see here. Oh shit, Sky Hives are... So during the reveal, I interpreted this. Oh, they kept this mechanic where like each wall destroy will increase the number of monsters in the encounter when you start it. And there's walls. There's walls. But surely you'll be able to fix this with the Outstray. I interpreted it as Sky Hives were like a fortress and the boss was always there. But it looks like that's not the case. Sky Hives are just what old fortresses were. And a fortress is what the hive colony was. So, walls. We'll see. Yeah, so rituals tell you where the next altar is. All items in the in-game ritual reward screen are now either uniques or omens. So there's nothing currency-wise. Is this like... Sure that they revealed it in there? Oh, really? That's news to me. Is it going to change it to currency with the tree itself? That's neat. Must have ignored that. I reacted to it. I've been bedridden for 4 days. All right, I'm a new human. A 5-map ritual? Holy shit. I bet that also was in the reveal. I don't remember it at all. That's sick. Temple's kind of cringe. I'm just gonna scroll past that. Yo, there's nerfs here to temple uniques though. Okay, I have to read it. Temple. Do. You can only infuse them when they're already 20 quality pain. So yeah. Killed the stupid body armor that had like 1200% or 1200 flat ES. I think this nerfs the rage stacking build that people were doing for Bone Shatter. Because they had, what, 60, now it's 30? And yeah, Vertex. Okay. Vertex, just... This is good. This item was silly. Deleting is good there. Yo, look how short Abyss is. The perfect mechanic needs no changes. Modifiers to number of chests now apply to the chest found in the Abyss. The stat no longer useless. And also increase the chance to find in the Abyssal Depths. What? Who just gone from standard forever? Nice. So yeah, our Accommodator's gone. Oh, hell no. This should, so hopefully Big Bomb is now 200% bigger. You better finish killing those 3 monsters before the next 3 spawn. Alright, other in-game changes. Here's the actual changes that matter. House reset, of course. Oh, you can zoom out even further. Let's go. Probably still less far than you could with the bug back in 0.1. Quest version, the Infinite Farm version. Tabs of the same type can now be used together to increase the amount of league content that will be spawned. This is so different for each content type. In some cases, multiple will increase the size of a single encounter, while in other cases it will increase the number of encounters spawned. I like this a lot. This one's sick. Like this will mean you have like 3 circle breaches, possibly. Triple deli could just mean like more rewards from deli, more deli monsters. For Abyss, it could be multiple abysses, multiple holes in your Abyss. Like that one's good. And yeah, like if you have like Breach Ritual Abyss Atlas tablets in, you'll only get Breach Ritual Abyss. You won't get Expedition. Is there a 5th one? Temple might have a tablet now as well, I guess. You have to identify your waystones. What? I don't want to do that. I assume the Corrupted Stone shit's gone for the free fracturing orb, so it's more on the tree. Tablets are only in maps themselves for League ones. Lower the Bastions of Essence of Spirits, Shrines, Boxes, Circles, and Exiles somewhat due to the much larger increase in available on the Atlas tree. Okay, good. That's neat. It sounds like if you want to and you stack into full essences, you're still going to have the same experience as before with how many you get. Passes that reference on massive power bosses now work with the Overseer tablet. Wait, they didn't before? I don't know what this means. I don't know if they were higher or lower before. Who knows? Now, I definitely don't know what these things are by name, so should go past that. So they modified how map mods roll to be a little bit more thematic. Suffixes affect the player or monster defenses. Prefixes affect a monster output towards the player. So like full prefixes will be like, you know, physical as extras and haste and multi-proj and crit and things that make monsters stronger, and suffixes are going to be things that make monsters defensively stronger or make the player weaker in some way. And I could go through this and figure out the specifics of that, but I don't care that much. That's just a wording change. Wasted modifier bonuses updated. They now provide more effectiveness, packs as item rarity, monster rarity, or wasted drop chance, depending on the modifier. So wasted modifiers matter more. And we'll see how that goes. Monsters modifiers pack size now also provide a chance for additional rare monster to appear in rare monster packs. So it'll dupe rare monsters. That's cool. Monster rarity is a new stat that affects the chance to imagine rare monsters. And the chance for additional modifiers on rare monsters. Okay. Halved the bonus to quantity of items dropped by monster effectiveness. So now instead of 1% more life, 1% more quantity, it's going to be 1% more quantity, 2% more life. Changed how omens work to like blacklist instead of whitelist. Rolls mods. Yeah, shrines nerfed because they were silly. They're still insane though at 50%. And you can party share. What, like the quests, I guess? Is what that means? You can sell quests. Campaign replayability. Yeah, there's a bunch of campaign changes into X1, 2, and 3. Monster density in interludes lowered. Yo, waterways. Levers are gone. We won. We fucking won. The war is over. You can go home. You can go see your families. Holy shit. I worry about XP. Like staying on level is already like extremely hard in the PO2 campaign, even if you're killing like everything you see. So taking away monsters little concerning. Hopefully they, you know, give more XP relatively. Bleed damage on players is no longer increased while players moving. Did they buff bleed by default or just like took that out? I wonder. Maximum runic ward is now added to your starting honor when beginning trial, so ward also counts. Defense's keyword is no longer in use. Interesting. So they just are going to always say armor evasion than ES instead of defense. Only a single leech instance per resource. Wait, what? Only a single instance per resource. So 1 life, 1 mana, 1 ES at a time. When multiple are active, only the one with the highest recovery will recover you until it expires. Okay, interesting. Now a hard cap on the maximum of damage hit can be considered to deal for leech. Less than 40k are unaffected. More than 40k is treated as only 40k. This seems like such a weird way to cap leech. Because it's so, like, hidden from the player. Like, why wouldn't you cap the recovery that leech can provide to you? Because that's like a stat you can see on your character sheet based on your life. Whereas having like a behind the scenes hard cap on damage dealt feels like really bizarre. Like Leech went through like 12 years of iteration in Path of Exile because it's a really hard stat to balance, and it finally ended up in like a decent place. This seems like such a weird way to do it. We'll see how it actually feels in game and how it plays. But like, I feel like that's gonna be weirdly hidden. For my pretends that deflect has been adjusted to provide better scaling with rating with the cap of 95%. Yeah, I mean, deflection's ass. Not in a way that like deflection is like genuinely like a bad stat that you shouldn't invest into. It's ass in the sense that like it shouldn't exist. It still makes no sense. Evasion's problem is because there's no life nodes, you can't scale your max hit in any way. You have no way to invest into defense for not getting one shot, except use energy shield. And deflection didn't help with that. It just gave you a second shittier evasion. It's just like, it makes no sense why this stat exists. You're still forced into going ES hybrid on every single evasion build, and you will be until this idea of this being a cap stat is gone. Parry, shield block, and resonant shield no longer delay heavy stun build up from decaying longer than expected. I don't know what that means. Sounds like a bug fix. Melee attacks can now only splash once per damaging area. Oh, no more area skills proccing splash. Or wait, is this only a whirling slash nerf? That sounds like if you're like a wyvern and you're just like rending, you can still splash on every target that gets hit, right? Because rend only attacks once per, like it only has one damaging area per attack. It's not like whirling assault that just like travels through a pack of monsters. It sounds like this only affects like skills that move, at least for this one. But like, I don't think area skills should have ever been allowed to splash in the first place. It's like rend does not create multiple damaging areas during use, right? It's just cleave. So I think Wyvern auto would be the same. Based on this wording, But like the way it should work is that only one target from an area strike should ever be allowed to create a splash area. Yeah, Falky, that's still gonna happen though with this wording. Like, this is explicit in how and why Whirling Assault is different. Whirling Assault creates multiple damaging areas around you as you move. Once per damaging area. Rend only creates one damaging area. With this wording, Rend will be unchanged. With a literal interpretation of this stuff. When minions are removed from Path of Exile 2, everyone will rejoice. That's not what it's saying. It's not saying that melee attacks can only apply splash damage once. I guess that is one interpretation, actually. Once per damaging area. So my initial... So I think I am backwards on that. What this means is when you whirl through and you create like 5 damaging areas, one target will create a splash for each damaging area. Instead of all targets creating a splash in each damaging area. Yeah. So this does fix it properly. The multiple thing was breaking my brain. Because, like, they have 2 lines dedicated to talking about Whirling Assault. What's this one? Minions are removed, they're just changing and weapon swapping. Younger, newer minions are now prioritized for removal over older minions to avoid wasting minion cooldown abilities. Why aren't they just removed? Dumb. Minions affected by Alaska support or something that's still minion related. I don't care. New content and features. That's like item filter shit, doesn't really matter. Oh shit, minion splash. Yeah, I mean, new uniques, but it's just a name, not really anything that I care about. Alright, let's see, Chigula, round 3. Is darkness still dog shit? Yes, it is. Crazy. I need to see this again. I haven't looked at it in a long time. So you get 1,000 darkness, right? Let's do like 950. And then if your chaos res capped with these 2 points clicked, you get like 1,700 darkness, right? So you spend 4 points, you lose every single reservation, and you gain 1,700 like pool when your body armor is giving you 7,000 ES and your helmet's giving you 5,000 ES and your gloves are giving you 2,000 ES and your boots are giving you 2,000 ES. I don't know about that. It's still spend 4 points and your character is worse for this. Like, the things up here on Chile are fine. But like, this darkness shit is like fucking atrocious. It's so bad. It's just one of those things where, like, if the you have no spirit line wasn't there, if there was no downside, it'd be fine. Like, you'd spend 4 points and like you'd feel decently happy about it. It'd be okay. It'd be like good 4 points to spend. wouldn't be like game-breakingly broken by any means. It would just be like an okay 4 points of defense. But then it has like a crazy fucking downside. Do, 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 do. It's always hard to like read Ascendancy changes like this when it's like changing the positions of things and have any clue what that means without having a thing to look at. The temporal rift buff though, going from 0.5 to 0.1 seconds, that's so huge. Because 0.5, this like fuck that. That just feels bad to press. You get chunked and you want to teleport out and it's a half second like use time, like nah. But 0.1 actually real. Yeah, Rift is very insane. Defensively. Like let's just back up, right? And let's compare spending 4 points on pure defense and see what we get, okay? Here we get a complete sacrifice of all of our spirit to gain 1700 pool. Maybe like 1850 if you're like going to like level 100, okay? And then on Chronomancer you get 30% less damage taken, no downside. Which is already better. And then you get fucking Temporal Rift, which snaps you back to full recovery when you press the button. And you get to still have your spirit. God, like, it's just darkness. Darkness is like, it's just crazy how bad this shit is. Works on mana too. Badass. Yeah, Temporal Rift is like super cool. But the downside of Rift, of course, is it moves you. So like when it comes to mapping efficiency, if you get chunked, you teleport backwards and stuff, and then you have to move more, and that's not ideal for mapping, but. Comet still meta, login. How does this apply? This says it's no longer a curse. This is debuffed targets. Is it like automatic? On the video it plays like a curse. But like not a curse, does that mean it won't have like a 1 second activation delay, hopefully? We'll see. Crystalline potential little bus skills has been removed. That's the 10 quality one. Wait, is that a protection, not potential? No, it's potential. Yeah, weird gem stuff. Cool. Wait, what? Huh? That's kind of weird. So basically it's just like some like weird version of faster poison. Now, because it provides no increase to total damage dealt, but it just makes it so you can deal damage faster. Effectively. The 31's kind of brutal. This one was expected. Because they're buffing armor and evasion bases, so this is going to end up with, in the end, probably not even like a nerf. Maybe a small nerf, we'll see. Added more companion stuff. Ancestral bond change. Now causes totems to have no cost and not require charges to place. Doubles the limits that are removed completely. Does this make spell totems actually real? Or was this part already there for the charge-based thing? Like, to me, this reads like totems are actually real now. Let me see. Wait, where the fuck is it? Is it up here? Yeah, so you don't have to do like a bunch of weird like cringe power charge consumption bullshit to play totems now. So yeah, totem builds might be here. It's time. 2012, farming merciless docks on Spark totems. Was the first one of that from the get-go from totems. Honestly, doing it this way makes sense. Like totems requiring charges to be used for non-totem based builds, but then not requiring that for totem builds, it kind of makes sense. Like 75 spirit each. I guess. Don't you get like a ton on? Is it this guy? If you want, you can get a ton. So we could have like 4 totems. The thing is, like, playing 0 charms is kind of rough. Playing like 1 is fine, but playing 0 is kind of rough. Isn't there? Like, Monk can get a lot as well, right? I don't know if he can get as much, but I don't even know. Let's see. What are the numbers in spell totem in this game? I mean, shit, like, that's like no downside. Like, totems in Po 1 have like 30% less damage, 30% less cast speed. It's only 25% less here. On just one of them. Totem League, let's go, log the fuck in. Companion stuff. 6, 7. So Val Pact is now Slayer Leech. Like, this makes Leech slower. How long is the new Leech anyways? Is it 3? Is it 1 second still? So this makes it 3 seconds and over Leech, but like you can only recover from Leech. 3 seconds is very short. Getting this tree to slow it more. Yeah, we'll see. Like, life bots are so strong. I feel like taking this is always kind of rough. Don't know what that means. Nerfing faster start of ES notables? Oh, buff this cast speed thing. Nerf the minute attack speed rage thing. And also nerfed the max rage thing from Temple up top. Yeah, another nerf to faster ES recharge. I feel like faster ES recharge was the only like somewhat balanced way of recovering recharge or like recovering shield. That's what buffed not nerfed. Didn't it say? Yeah, it's 2 per 5. And it used to be 1 per 1. You can get under 1 second on like Chrono, right? But like if you're spending like 20 points to get every single bit of faster recharge, like it should be pretty fast. It's like then you're spending points on the energy shield and on recharge. Core of the Guardian notable, it gives 30 block chance and 20% reduced ES. Where is that? Because that is not even a downside for like a lot of builds that are block based. I guess if you're pathing here, you might want the ES stuff. Did wide barrier change? It's like alphabetical, so we'll find out soon. Yeah, so like this glory stacking rage thing is pretty nerfed, which is what people were abusing for the bone shatter stuff, right? This is the crit node in Witch, I think, which is now just a little bit better. So much Archon and ES recharge rate nerf. %3 increased life, huge value. Bell totem log the fuck in, it's time. Reading. Oh, I was right! I can't believe I actually called that. Oh shit. What Shatter Palm? Went from worthless to a damage node? Oh. It's like some weird crit fizz thing. Oh, never mind. They just swap these around on which one gave worthlessness and which one didn't. So basically before, there was one good node that had like damage and crit in the same thing and one worthless node in the back. And they separated where the damage events were. So you had to get both notables to get both damage stats now. Because like one notable providing 20 crit and 20 fizz is way too over budget for the skill tree. Ooh. We love armor break stuff. Where is it? Nope. Wrong part of the tree. We got res swapping at the very start. Was that in the rune section that I skipped over? I'll go look at it after I get to the bottom of this one. Interesting. So in this wheel up here, this one is going to say 30 block, 20 reduced armor. This one's going to say 30 block, 20 reduced DS. So like 5 points if you're path tier and your block cap, with like some slight reductions to your defenses. Oh my god. The witch buffs if you hit. I guess it was only witch that had that problem. Because sorceress was already 10, according to that. Holy shit. So they really just basically said the problem with energy shield is that recharge is good. Holy fuck. Just killed the recharge smalls entirely and nerfed the fasters. Not entirely wrong. I mean, I haven't got to the skill change yet, which is where I assume the next ghost, where the ghost dance nerf is going to be. Because this makes pure ES definitely a lot sketchier. Let's check ghost dance real fast. Oh, what the fuck is that? That's weird. Alright, let's see what this rune thing was that I missed. So like somewhere in here it mentioned what one of the runes did. That it was a res swap. I see. 3 fluxes, which can be crafted from remnants to transform a resistant item from one element to another. Badass. This is like so important to making gearing feel good. Like this not being in the game is one of the reasons why I didn't corrupt like a lot of my shit in 0.2, because like I had like perfect boots, right? Like 35 move speed, double T1 ES, with I think like int, maybe rarity, I don't know, or int double resist. I forgot what it was, but like I didn't want to corrupt it because even though I could recraft the same pair of boots with a T1 resist, I couldn't guarantee that it was the right T1 resist, which meant that if I bricked my boots, like 4 items had to change to make my character work again. But like this, of course, means you can always get it back to fire if you need it to be fire. It's really important to have that, I think, for 5s. We're at skill changes now. Skills with a fixed max number of proj, then benefit from effects that cause proj count to apply something else instead. Cool. Crossbow ammunition skills now have a base cost of 0 rather than having their cost disabled, meaning that effects that add additional costs will now apply to them. So if you have something where it's like +5 cost, shooting a crossbow would now cost that. This is for Chainbreaker, right? Is Chainbreaker in this game for plus rage cost? Because that's the only thing I can think of that would matter for that in most cases. This is fixing that stupid like infinite ignite stacking thing, right? Like, I'm surprised this isn't the skill change and not the bug fix section, because this shit was like, that never seemed like it was working the way it should have to me. Crazy. Crazy that minion gets just like all the love in the world, you know? Fuck minions. No longer has a hidden 0.2-second delay. Fucking, who was that? Was that Palsteron who got shafted by this? Now we have hidden 40,000 damage cap on Leech. The delay is now 50% of the skill's attack time. So basically, instead of putting 50% less attack speed, it's the totem will be AFK for 50% of the attack time between every attack. Which technically is better, I guess, at least. Depends on the skill. I just picture that meaning when you first summon a totem, the first hit will come out faster. If it works this way compared to the other way. But yeah, like, you can scale attack speed properly. Because it doesn't have this stupid 0.64 thing. Damn, Bone Shatter Quality gave that much attack speed? It's crazy. Comet nerfed by 4%? I don't think I've ever seen... I guess... the fire-infused Comet got a bigger nerf. But, like, I've, like, never seen a nerf this small before. Is there a fire-infused Comet? Yeah, I assume that people aren't doing infusions because they're cringe. Like, that's crazy. That's like genuinely like 4%. Normally nerfs are at least like 15. Cold a week? I don't know what that is. Yo, placing banners is less cringe. They're bigger and have no penalty during use. Probably should just be instant. You caught Comet and the mom to get infusions. So like 20% if they are fully infused always. But like, you actually got that many infusions? With the clips I saw were like 40 comets per second. Don't you have to pick infusions up off the ground? And they spawn like where the comet's hitting? The pick range is generous. Oh, lovely. Earthquake buffed. The radius needs to be like 50% higher to ever consider playing this skill. Eternal Rage has to be in both weapon sets. Interesting. I'm very surprised. That seems like a weird way to try to fix the attack speed, weapon swap stuff. Or wait, no, that's the wrong one. This isn't Berserk. This is weapon swapping to gain rage, which also might have they might have used that in the Bone Shatter build. I'm not sure, but I already read the Rolling Slam changes. That this one's got leaked in Discord. But yeah, no, that makes a little bit of sense. Because of what Eternal Rage is. Now only consumes one stack. We need to then a shield ball to create shockwave around each shield ball segment. Fortified create shockwaves from a single shield ball cannot simulate multiple times. Shield wave now also does less damage. I think this is, assuming shield ball itself isn't fucked, I think this is close to a 50% damage nerf. On shield ball itself, I think. Just based off of my experience looking at Green Frog. Oh god, it's a Green Frog. Just like when you press Shield Ball and then Infernal Cry versus Shield Ball and Fortifying Cry, I think this was like half your damage. Or scrolling to find it. I mean, that's tiny. Considering, like, shields are bigger, right? Like, shields are bigger. Is there a third nerf? Fuck, what was this skill called? Fortifying Cry? Yeah. Fragment rounds. Extra fragments per shot. Nerf freezing salvo freeze stuff a little bit. I don't care at all about all that for a skill that requires me to time it. So Ghost Dance. Ghost Dance, after its last nerf, which didn't matter at all, was like every like 4-ish seconds, you would get a Ghost Shroud, and they still gave 5% of your ES back as soon as you were hit. Or 5% of your evasion back as ES when you were hit, right? Now, it's cooldown based. We don't know what the number is, or it's probably still the same old number of 6.1. When hit, lose a Ghost Shroud, and reach an ES equal to 2% of evasion per second if you've lost one recently. So they're going to have a 6.1 second cooldown to get them back. You still have 3 of them, and it lasts 4 seconds of this recovery when you get hit. So it's like, that doesn't seem that bad. That still seems extremely strong. Because can't you put on cooldown recovery support and it's still going to go down to like 5? It's actually better. It's better in some scenarios. But in the world where you have like 20k evasion and like 1,500 ES, like that's 400 per second. So like Ghost Dance, whereas before it was a 1000 instantly when you got hit. So like before, when you're walking around with 3 charges, if you got chunked by like some multi-hit ability, the ult was better. But like low-key, this is still absurdly strong for ES evasion builds. It doesn't feel like you get hit more than 1, 3, or 4 seconds, but like 400 ES back per second in that scenario is like all the recovery you need to maintain. Like the old Ghost Dance, you can get chunked, lose all your charges in half a second, and then have no ghost charges at all for 4 seconds, and you just have no ES recovery at all. This just gives you 4 seconds of recovery, for, like, guaranteed. Like, this is still exceptional. And so the only nerfs ES actually got for ES evasion builds is nothing. Right? It's only Ghost Dance, because the faster sort of recharge you never cared about, and Patient Barrier, unless you anointed it, you weren't fucking pathing there. So all of like the 2k life, 2k ES builds are, still gonna be absolutely fucking vibing with ES evasion. Don't know what that means. Ice Strike lost more speed, gained increased speed. Bug. It's only defense evasion has, man. I don't know. I feel like the fix for evasion was pretty obvious. Like deflection should come from a keystone that turns off your energy shield entirely and can reach like 100%, so it provides you with actual max hit, letting you play pure life evasion builds. Instead, it's just second shittier evasion. Right, it wouldn't have to come from the keystone, but a keystone that lets it reach 100%. You don't need life prefixes on ES evasion builds typically. Life rolls just aren't very high in PoE 2. You just kind of skip it. I said pure Eve. Oh yeah, for pure Eve, yeah. I mean, you don't need hybrid. Like typically in that case, you're gonna play life percent and flat, because hybrid is just not very important. I mean, it's more important in PoE 2 than it was in PoE 1, but I don't know what that means. That never should have been possible in the first place. But it should only really mean when there's like trash near a main target, right? I'm ready to see this get gutted on its damage. Not really. Surprising. Maybe the mana cost is super high? I don't really know. Because of the, like maybe this is why it's hard to sustain? Because Empowered Oil Barrage, from when it was first announced, it was obvious it just did insane damage. The numbers were just like cracked. Wait, are we getting some poison double taps on top of the Pathfinder nerfs? Holy shit. Pounce cooldown is higher. But honestly, I thought they were going to make this skill say like plus 6.6 seconds to total attack time if you're not in wolf form. So like, That's not that bad. Ooh, they fucked up Rend. Rest in peace, Rend. So Rend Wyvern is like beyond dead. This is a skill in PoE 2? Base damage increase to compensate. Yeah, I'm going to assume they're gonna compensate it to the point where it was when it was bugged. But like the splash change on its own already kind of fucked that one up. It's a Wyvern skill? Oh shit. Why? That's fine. Yeah, we already saw this one. It was funny, like Karn saw this and instantly was like, what the fuck, more melee nerfs? But like, this is a buff. Yeah, this is a big buff. I heard Brink, I haven't gotten there yet, but I heard Brink is now level 1 instead of level 2. So Warrior campaign is going to be so much fucking nicer for early on. You don't have the whole like balancing your damage, so you don't do too much damage, and then you one-shot the target, and you can't stun it. Like, all that shit's gone, and you can just actually play the build properly with faster speed. Warrior login. And Monk, and anyone that uses a Mace in Act 1. Yeah, small, like this isn't even a nerf when you factor in the higher shield armor. The only shield wall nerf so far that we've seen is the Fortifying Cry one, which was pretty big. How many stacks does this generate normally? Oh shit, a lot versus like bosses. One less per area nerf shield ball. That shouldn't know. So the whole splash per area thing, that was only, as far as I know, that was based on this. Right here. Like strikes do splash damage. Which like in Path of Exile 1, a strike is only where was that shit at? Was that passive trait that had that there? Or is that up here? Yeah, like shield ball wasn't actually causing splash, I don't think, for this. I think that's only... Yeah, no, like, that's not going to have any relevance on this. That's just this notable. Because, like, in Path of Exile 1, this also exists, but strikes are only ever real single target abilities. In PoE 2, there's, like, strikes that are just, like, they hit the screen, but they're a strike. And this let you make those, like, screen-wide area hits cause every single target hit to also splash, which would then overlap on every other target. And it was, like, kind of silly. So that's what that change was. Shield Ball wasn't a strike. Didn't have any interaction with any of that kind of stuff. Where was I? I was at Fortifying Cry. Or no. Was I still here? No, I was down here somewhere. I think I was like here. But yeah, the change to the Fortifying Cry, there's no like up someone to look at it versus the tree, right? Can only consume one stack when you hit the Shield Ball. whereas before it was consuming every stack. And you could have a lot of stacks, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you could have 10, right? If you had, like, enough things near you. You didn't have that many, typically. Like, your default experience with, like, 1 unique was 26 power, I think. So instead of 5 shield waves proccing, you have 1 shield wave proccing, I think. So in that scenario, it's like 80% less damage from Fortifying Cry, which was a pretty big source of your damage compared to Shield Wall itself. But shields are bigger. I'm going to make it up right now and say Shield Wall is 35% worse with those 2 changes. Made up. I have no source or knowledge. I'm a fucking tourist. What happened to Snipe? Did they nerf? Basically, they nerfed the damage of early game Snipe by a tiny bit. Like, at gen level 20, it's like very similar, but 764 versus 913, 33 instead of 50. So like early game Snipe is worse by like 25%. Late game Snipe's the same. Yo, guys, we're fucking playing totems. Let's get it. Spark totems, boys. Spark totems. Comet totems? Eh. Beast changes. Yo, what? Okay. Okay, Tempest Spell's coming back. Greatly improving its combo potential. So the Bell is shittier and can proc slower, but you can have 3 of them instead of 1. But like, how did multiple bells even work in the past? Because last time I used Bell is when you had 6 different bells and you put them all down at the same time and went to the boss. Yeah, so destroy after 10 hits. So you drop Bell, hit 4 times, drop Bell, hit 4 times, drop Bell. But it's destroyed after 10 hits. So you're only ever going to have an average of like 2.5 bells. I mean, it's clearly a buff to Bell when you're dropping multiple bells. Rolling Soul got its splash fucked up and its attacks a bit slower and stuff. Am I eating a grilled cheese with like fucking 6 pounds of pepper in this thing? Salvo Sport gave us seal every 2. You only have 3, 2 proj per seal. So 1 proj per second. So it's just like better a little bit. More consistent charges. Oh no! From 100% to 25%. Oh no. Yeah, but Tears was crazy. Brink is now level 1. Dude, the vibes for warrior leveling are gonna be so high. Bone shatter damage is, from its explosions to get nerfed by like fucking 40%. To compensate for how much higher the vibes are gonna be with rolling slam buff and Brink at level 1. Infernal Legion got kind of nuked. Jesus. Still too strong though. Because they still exist. Got bug fixed also. Perfect. Jung build dead. I don't know what his build was, but so they fucked up like crossbow bolt mechanics. But I've seen like, am I crazy? I've seen like no mention of anything grenade related anywhere in here. And I kind of wanted to play grenades before. I haven't played a full grenade build yet. But also, like, I low-key, like, really want to do something with Spell Totem. And minor problem is the ES changes. Are actually, like, a little annoying for, builds that don't have some, like, cheesy way to get their ES back. But the thing is, you're playing totems, just don't get hit. You have block chance, right? Get some block, have a good time. And then press convalescence when you take damage. Chill. Meditate, he won. Play it on Monk. You get Spirit from this shit. And then you have Meditate. And then you have nothing else. It's probably the right choice. Although, didn't you need recharge rate to make Meditate go fast? And if they killed the amount of rate you can get, then that might not feel very good. Weapons level with, yeah, that's true. So this is the only level changes, or let's see. There we go. Still too high. Attacks, spells unchanged. That's fair. This is still too high. But like spells, it's just bad. Like it's just a really bad way to scale. Like these should be like so much lower, man. 5 is just fucking crazy. It's like 80% more mana cost and 80% more damage for 1 mana on your gear. The thing with spells, like keeping +7 is cool and all, but then your mana cost is like gonna blow up too. Unless you're a spell totem build, no mana cost there. Let's fucking go. What the fuck is over encumbrance? Doesn't exist? Amen. It probably means you can't roll. A unique with 150 life on it? What? Ooh, they grant Val Pact. That's rough. They nerfed Brass Dome. Oh, right, because the base types are better. +5 to 10 to fire and cold res per item with a lightning res modifier. Interesting. Working your silverware. I'm eating salad and grilled cheese. A perfect combination of food. Oh shit, they fucked up Heries by a little bit. Still strong. It's like the base is being buffed as well, so it's not that big of a deal. Just worse relative to other options, but obviously it's still very bis for like Sorkboard and stuff. Soul Mantle has Spirit. What does Soul Mantle even do in PoE2? We can get 2 extra totems. But temp changed, so wait, weapons can't roll accuracy until level 8? That's fucking badass. Holy shit. That's gonna be big for early Act 1. Spell Totem gets plus 1 at 23. Really? How does that... Is Spell Totem just a skill gem in this game? It's like a meta gem? Yeah, Divine Orbs are more common, the fuck? That's how they fix the ratios. To be fair, Divines are quite rare for what they do in PoE2. Yeah, so Divines are more common. You have to divine things before you vow them now if you want the modifier change outcome. RIP. Hopefully they just made this baseline active to every single vow. Because, like, this thing existing did suck. Because it just meant you always had to have it for every single vow. Sanctifying actually useful now. Weapons are going to drop at higher levels in the campaign, so you're more likely to have like a proper up-to-date weapon. Love that. More essences in the campaign. Is this the stat one? Love that. Campaign essences, bigger vibe. The amount of armor granted by items modifiers has been increased to higher levels. So it's like higher in early campaign, or sorry, early mapping, and then not that much higher at level 80. Sorkward okay. Sorkward is like slightly nerfed, yeah. Fuck you, Vile Robe. You can attack from farther away with default attack. The super OP bow has a little bit slower speed. Nerf some of the talisman implicits, buff some of the other ones. Nerf gem level. They made body runes a lot better. Yo, a lot of these runes, like so body runes are good. These getting buffed is nice because they actually give a useful stat. But like, damn, like some of these shitty runes, what if they just didn't exist? You know? What if they just didn't pollute the rune pool with their fucking garbage? Axe for Huntress. Yeah, fair. Ooh, Res runes buff too. I feel like half these changes I'm finding are like recharge, recharge, recharge. But it seems for the most part like all things socketable are a little better. Damn, they just removed faster start from gear entirely. Yo, badass. Rage is better. You can get 2 rage instead of only 1 on Jules. Changed how rings determine their drop level of cast speed, so you can't get the crazy high cast speed rings at like level 30. So hybrid physical damage and accuracy cannot roll until level 8. And accuracy also cannot roll until level 8. So like the average power level of like a level 1 to 7 weapon is a lot higher. It's much more likely to have like good modifiers that you actually care about to reduce some of the variance in early campaign runs, I think. And yeah, you can't get gem level until level 18, I think it says somewhere in here. The idols in Act 3 now give like an actual amount of gold that you'd consider turning them in for, whereas before, like, no chance. That shit's sticking on the ground. A slight buff to base culling. And we'll see how Leech feels when the patch comes out. Can't really guess beforehand. Made the hardest fighting campaign a little easier. Badass. This right here is the preempt to fixing logout, not clearing heavy stun. So that if you want to never sprint, you have the option. Help the blink bug. Love that. Let me just not roll a sprint. Oh, no. You buy stuff, fall through here. Okay, MTXs. It's a pretty good amount of bug fixes. It's the bug where it's providing additional mark effect prior to this mark with socketed marks. What does that mean? I guess maybe it was providing more than 100% increase, because like it's supposed to provide an increase. I don't know what that means. Comment buffed, log in. Interesting. So that was the problem with this, I guess. It wasn't that it didn't cause him to shoot an extra arrow. It shot an extra arrow at the wrong location. Likely 0,0. Whoops. Rods are fixed, allegedly. Do not redeem. Alright, let's see. I'm not zoomed in my Discord. It looks bad now. Oh, I zoomed further out. Helping is now permitted. Yeah, if I missed anything. Shivel super dead. I don't think it's even close to super dead. That skill was like insane. Like you would on like fresh start gear kill like any boss you ever fought in a heavy stun that you procced instantly. Like, it's most likely still the correct choice to play on Warrior. And it's probably still going to be really good. Where is... Because there's one Warcry node that's like a little bit of extra power. Where is that one? Did this one work with Shield Weight or with Fortifying Cry? The wording on Fortifying Cry is awkward. I don't know if it would have, but maybe it did. But yeah, you got like 30% increased total power. Because you never went on here in the first place, usually. I still don't think I had this one. It's my last one. Maybe I did, actually. I forgot. Jesus. That's a quality. One thing I never knew about Shield Ball was how many hits were actually happening because of Shield Ball itself. If it was actually more than one, or if it was just one itself. But I'm pretty sure it was probably only ever one. Like Fortifying Cry shotgunned, and you had 5 or 6. Yeah, you had 5 hits of Fortifying Cry and 1 Shield Ball. The Shield Ball, just looking at these numbers, that would put it at like 60% of your damage came from Fortifying Cry and 40% from Shield Ball, I think, roughly. With that. And now it's going to be only 1 shield wave proc, but you're going to weave in Infernal Cries a lot more now. But like Infernal Cry only worked on Shield Ball itself, not on Fortifying Cry, and the support gem gap was different. Because like base damage isn't everything, because Shield Ball had actual damage supports, and Fortifying Cry had like a bunch of bullshit utility supports you had to use. So I'm pretty sure it was closer to 50-50. I still think it's going to be like a 35% damage nerf for Shield Ball. When you factor in like every change that happened in this set of patch notes. Which is like, it's a decent number, but like you one-shot fucking everything. On Shield Ball, so I don't think that build is gonna struggle much. Yeah, like the way I see it, like more armor on shields will basically counteract the nerf to Shield Ball itself, and the nerf to like Fortifying Cry's flat damage per armor on shield thing. Or even his skill changes. Is it that small that I just keep scrolling over it? Because it got like 5 to 7 changed from 6 to 8. So an average of 7 went to an average of 6. But like the average shield is bigger by I think about the same ratio. So really the only nerf it got was this one. Now only consumes 1 stack instead of consuming every stack. Great shockwave around each Shield Ball segment. So it's still going to have the same coverage. It's still going to create an explosion around every single segment for 1 stack instead of all of them. But you can't shotgun. It also, one thing it means is you can't use Impale on Shield Ball. I think now. I have to double check how Impale works mechanically, but it used to be you proc all of them instantly. Because this hit a bunch, and now it only hits 1 extra time. So I think you don't use Impale anymore. But yeah, no. Shield Ball's still gonna be sick. Probably still like one of the best builds to play for any sort of like hardcore league start. The biggest changes? I think the biggest change that you'll see if you scroll through these patch notes is like ES recharge got hit a lot. Like tons of it removed entirely. And like a lot of the points on the tree lowered by like 75%. So ES recharge is no longer going to be the kind of thing you can spend like 15 points on with a couple of things on gear and just have it be like really quick. Deflect already capped way below 95 for any real use case. And the way they talked about deflect, like I'm pretty sure deflect is nerfed for how a lot of people used it, right? Because it used to be you would just get like 2 things on gear, have no point investment, and you get like 60%. So close though. So close. Has someone plotted this versus the old formula yet? To see some comparisons on numbers. So they were supposed to turn 200 much better above. Did the graph right? Yeah, that's my expectation, is that lower values are going to be worse, not sure about how much, and then higher values are better. That's the goal for this. O2 Reddit has it, lovely. That's way less punishing than I thought it was going to be, for like how much weaker it was going to be at low investment values. So yeah, kind of a huge buff. Yeah, for sure. But like 95% cap is just like pain. It's very reachable now, whereas before, obviously, with this kind of formula, 95% was not a thing you'd ever actually go for. Like 100k required XTD. But like, just put a keystone in the game that says your chance to deflect is doubled and uncapped, and ES is disabled. To have a chance at non-ES setups. But it's fine until you die. Yeah, I mean. It's fine until you die. It's just such a win more mechanic that adds a second layer of RNG to an RNG defense. It's just like, I just conceptually, I fucking hate it so much. But if I play an evasion setup, I'm still going to use it in some way, because it's just... If you're already using evasion, you should always add some. It's maybe that strong this current patch. I mean, Shield Wall was way too strong for how easy it was to gear. Because, like, getting a really good weapon and getting a really good shield are not even, like, remotely close to the same thing in terms of difficulty. Just hitting a shield with, like, T4 flat armor and using an essence that gave you 70% force percent, like, armor evasion, gave you a shield that would mean you kill Arbiter during the first heavy stun. And that's obviously not really a desired level of power. But I was surprised that, like, Comet got nerfed, like, less than Shield Ball did. When, like, that's just the top of every little fucking leaderboard on, like, Pro Ninja and stuff. Assume Leech Change kills it. Leech Change... I'm not really sure. Like we just can't know until we play the game. But, like, hopefully Mana Leech can still solve the mana problem for attack builds. Because if it can't, you're fucked. Thankfully, the only thing we have to worry about is nothing. Because Spell Totem. Spell Totem is fucking free! Downside is a 75 spirit thing. Oops, that's the wrong path of building. Yeah, you'll have 6 totem limit, but, like, good luck having that much spirit without crazy shit. Cause, like, Shaman is that's what, 300 and something? And that's 450 spirit. Shaman is not free spirit. Cause playing 0 charms is kind of rough. Does Infernalist get spirit? I feel like it didn't used to. Bro, what's all this? Oh, right, this one. $10 per 250, 40 per 1,000. I don't think you really need plus max totems. Like, Spell Totem at level 23 gives you 3 totems, new bond, doubles the totem cap, that's 6 cap. So unless you're hitting 525 spirit, you don't need any extra investment in max totems, right? Prop 1 auras. Yeah, there might be some auras you can like put on too. Can I reserve efficiency to get on the spirit cost? Maybe you can. Not sure. What auras are even good? If you're ES based, convalescence. You're wearing a shield. Magma barrier is okay. Not required though if you're on this side of the tree. No mention of changing Archmage, snapshotting with totems. I don't know any mention of that. What are you talking about? Bro, what is that? I'm not reading that. Yeah, I mean, you don't deal crits if you're just dropping totems. Yeah, ES recovery is rough to the point where like I for sure would only do it with block. But like, if you're wearing a shield, it's 5 points to block cap basically. What was that? Gain 25 ES on block node. Is that like some fucking druid shit? Yeah, it's increased, but this is being changed to 30% increased block chance, 20% reduced armor. And this one will be reduced ES. So 5 points gives you 70%, or no, 65% increased block chance. Which basically caps you. Because shields start at like 25%, you only have to get a 50%. And if they roll the prefix for increased block chance, which I think is in this game, you're just capped. No, block cap is 50%. Not to 75. Not going caught comment as self-scam. I have no clue what that requires. I've never looked at any of that shit. They did a block. They made block work on like everything. I think it's everything except for red hits, like red unblockable boss hits, but it's kept at 50. I'm just about good recovering. Yeah, I'm going to assume the leech could have something to do with that. I don't really know. But if you're at infinite damage, you could just like not scale gem levels, and mana's a lot easier. Nah, block's fucking crazy. If you're an ES build, you have to like playing pure ES with no block, no evasion is like undoable. If your build is even like the slightest bit ethical. But doesn't this thing suck now since they changed the? Because it was 1 per 4 in the teaser, and then it got made 1 per 8. It's still something. It's like 200 ES base at least. What ES nerfs? This is now 50 instead of 60. Beware. And then they also made access to faster ES recharge. Much harder to come by. So you can't get your like 1.5 second recharge delay, 10k second recovery stuff. It's still on the tree, but it's like nerfed by a ton. Like these 15% travel nodes are 6% instead of 15%. I think this 40 is down to like 15, I think. Yeah, Ghost Dance is still exceptionally strong. In some cases, Ghost Dance is better than it was before. In some cases it's worse, but yeah, it's still really good for ES evasion. It's taking this chaos kind of sucks though. When you're playing like a majority ES based setup, kind of feels bad. I think just to get some spirit. Well, you're never CI here, because we're taking this for spirit, and you can't do that if you have no life. How much do you get on monks? I feel like you're incentivized to play Sleek Jacket on monk instead of playing 5% move speed, but that's obviously not allowed. Like, why are there this many runes? Holy shit. The 15% thing was fake. But if you had like a little 500 one, you get 127 spirit, but then you can't get it on your chest implicit on its own, or on amulet, or on something else. Like, you're probably gonna want to use a scepter on some kind of totem setup, right? So I don't know if you want to go monk. What else do you get on this thing? Actually, you probably can't do scepters. Rage, spell damage, log in. Then you have to generate rage. I have no clue what bondage modifiers are. It just depends what your defense is. If you're playing pure ES, I think playing it without shield is like, it feels really fucking bad. That's one of the builds that I played last league, was pure ES, just Essence Drain Lich. And with like 14,000 ES on Lich, which gets 25% damage reduction, it still felt like complete ass in maps. Compared to like 3k life armor setups with block. Like playing genuine zero avoidance, if you don't have like a really good upfront damage, just sucks. And like Essence Drain obviously has damage delay before you kill things. But like totems have the same problem, where like you spawn a totem that then attacks, so like monsters get to attack back. And when monsters have the ability to attack back, you need some defense. Is Eating Contagion Lich so all around her? I think its single target isn't the best in game until pretty high level, but like its progression is fine. What now? So with the change to bleed, because they didn't also buff bleed, at least not mentioned it, you don't need a bleed charm like you really wanted before. And like you really didn't get frozen that much. You can just log out when you get frozen. Right? Ignites were fucked on League Start last league, but didn't they fix that? I think they fixed that mid-league. And like Bleed, you can just log out if you get ignited. Wasn't it Burning Ground that was the problem? It was like instantly igniting you? Who needs all that defense? Who needs it? What did Alk play last league? Did he play the full avatar clicked on his guy? Or just the first one? Get fucked, Welshman. He's here. He's here. I thought it was just the first one, right? You play charms, runes, less damage, and exposure. Damage less damage taken of each level to damage type per matching adaptation. So that just means like you walk into a pack of lightning archers, the first one hits you, you change to lightning adaptation, you have effectively 10% and then 10% less damage taken of lightning. And then if you walk into a fire pack and get chunked by the first monster will like update your adaptation to the rest of the hits coming in. Yeah, I think all of this is like a little more open now and obvious on what it does. Like, I'm pretty sure you can play 3 empty charms, it's fine, especially in softcore vibe. So that's 220 spirit. But there's like 220 is pretty far from 450. It's almost half. Yeah, it's not even half. The 450 is for 6 totems. Well, I don't think I would ever actually wear Soul Mantle. It just doesn't actually do much. If you already have a 6 totem cap, the +1 here is worthless. It's just like it gives you 75 spirit, but a random rare gives you like 61 spirit. So what's the benefit? Bronze looks better. I just don't know about the ES stuff on Infernalist, because like you have to go non-CI ES. Like non-CI ES, and then you're converting Fizz damage to Chaos, which does double damage to ES. But I guess you have Chaos Res, and you don't have any like Fizz mitigation, so it's still technically it's less damage taken, it just feels bad. And I mean, damage-wise from Infernalist, like, you're only getting this, right? Just a big old crit damage multiplier bonus. You're Pain Attunement too? Alright. Well, isn't low life... $35% in this game? So you'd have to reserve the last 25%, or like have 0 recovery. Use the bell. What, so it counts at 50 instead? Oh, what the fuck? 75? Eh. But if you had 0 life recovery, you'd pretend you're a lich, I guess. Oh, just being a lich? Well, I kind of feel like you're going to want your Ascendancy to give you some amount of totems. From Spirit. How about Infernal Lich? But minor mana containing totems are free. How much mana do you have if you literally don't try at all? It's like 500, right? This is like no int either, of course. You'd have like some amount of int. So yeah, if you don't try at all, it's... $700, nothing on your gear. A little bit on your gear. I think if you're going Mind Over Matter, you're playing Armor. But that'd be like a weird little setup. Convert all ES to mana, but this happens before percent increases, right? So you can't get any sort of percent increase shenanigans. I guess the benefit of doing this, apparently there's like some Archmage bullshit with totems. So like you kind of want to do that. Damn, Archmage is ass now. Well, no Archmage ending on this, just talking about spell totems. Spell totems. Still gotta go block though. I don't know, I kind of want to just play some like evasion grenade character. Could be fun. Throw things to blow up. Might do spell totems. Yeah, like Archmage Spirit requirements are rough. Titan grenades. Titan grenades. That was my first original plan for grenades. Just to scale the fuck out of like the biggest area possible. But yeah, it could be gemling with the new gemling stuff. Could still just be, you know, Witch Hunter because like Sork Ward goes super hard in the end game, but like early on, does it? Does it? Yeah, Seal. Patch note reading was mostly done. Titan staff with big boosted bells. Yeah, that new martial ascendancy with just like a bunch of bell shit looks cool too. Fuck Titan. Play thematically correct classes. I played my monk on monk. Yo, what the fuck is Gathering Storm? So you leap backwards, and then you channel, and then if you release at the right timing, you perfect dash through. The fuck? They killed an Icefall interaction. Oh, Icefall worked, and you proc shockwaves from Icefall. Nice. Most sane PV2 skill. Tier 13. Good, good. Line it up with 3 bells on the monster. Fuck yeah, dude. You spin on the monster, drop your bells, and then Gathering Storm through your 3 bells, and through your bells from your martial artist, and the bell on your back. All from limit intervals to 1 though. Oh shit, does it? That's no fun. I don't know what the fuck this is, 'cause we ain't doing form. Oh, the resonance is behind the first one, I see. But this is just tied to Hollow Focus itself, it's not like global. I'm surprised this one's only 1 bell. Like, Hollow Focus fucking sucks. Compared to, like, this is the one that actually would be fun to use. Just gong gong gong, bong bong bong, as you fucking dash around. And also this shit. Am I right that this is just simply 5 extra free sockets. Like, it's nothing weird, it's just 5 sockets. Yeah, for runes, yeah. With a whole bunch of new runes that are a lot stronger, and yeah, like I don't think iron runes would work to like your body armor when you put it here. But I think you'd be able to put these iron in the preview and it worked. It might. But yeah, like you could of course, depending on how many runes you have, just put the local ones to the armor in the armor. And then put like global ones here based on what you have. Like you swap into it late game? Nah, we're going to instantly. Going double bells. Double bells, runes, the Fist of Stone late game when you have some good gloves, log in. What are you playing? I don't fucking know. Like, I don't know. Pressing staff shit. New skills are sick. What new skills? 30 Calgarians using ward. Did I misread? Did I skip over that part when I went past the rune section? This stuff, I assume. Remnant crafting only skills. Detonate living. Yeah, that's interesting. Some of these could be huge. Shield Ball's done. Shield Ball's not done. Shield Ball's done as like an end game. As an end game, like sick build to scale forever, but it kind of already was. Like it already was worse than bows and like end game range builds in every way. So like you were already playing an inefficient setup if you're playing that in the hyper end game, and that's just going to be even more the case. But it's still going to be like really strong in the campaign, I'm pretty sure, and really strong in early maps. We'll see how much like how much map scaling and monster scaling and stuff is a thing. But yeah, just play bows, amen. Or twisters. Yeah, I be real, I have no clue how that shit works. Could be a thing though. Didn't Bows and Corpus get buffed? I mean, Quiver had its plus level cut in half. And it gained like some extra. I think the main buff Bows got is a little more access to extra chance for arrow. Both on Quiver, and then also there's a new rune. So you can use 2 runes for chance for extra arrow, I think now, on bows. Essence of Battle got nerfed for pretty much everyone. For every attack build. Bows were one-handed, right? So only lost 1 there. I guess lost 1 on the weapon, 1 on the offhand. Whereas like weapons, bigger weapons lost 2 on the main hand. Mr. Boss damage is kind of mid. That's one thing that I'm concerned about. Just mechanically, it sounded more like a clear skill than a like a single target blaster. Imagine it's updated. Shield Ball nerfed again. Oh fuck! They nerfed Ghost Shroud. They're watching. That's 30% rate. I don't know what other sources of easy cooldown recovery there are, but like, still really good. Like, you're an evasion build, you know, don't get to hit that often. Yeah, like reduced duration doesn't work on it, but reduce or increased cooldown recovery rate does, so it's like you're just trading one spot for another. You really should never be waiting between packs for Ace to recover. Like, you walk into a pack of monsters, you kill it, and they hit you once, you proc your Ghost Child, you start sprint into the next pack. Like, how many packs actually do damage to you? Because with the gem, there's like, what, like a 3-second window when like the recharge falls off where you don't have a new charge yet? It's still really fucking strong. For it to not be really strong, this would need to go from 2 to 1%. What even is the twister bit? So it's just, you spawn 3 circles, you shoot this through them, and something with ice tipped is why it's broken. So you get like a trillion ice fragments. Yeah, witch hunters typically go full evasion, yeah. With Heries to double their evasion for big ol' sword cords. Hang play spells. Still with ES. Like you still get huge amounts of ES, you're just like you can't recover it as easily. Which means defensively if you want to like feel tanky in maps, you might have to like path over here and get some block investment where a shield instead of a focus. Or like, you know, play convalescence and just press that when you take damage and then don't get hit for a little bit. But yeah, like playing pure ES with no block and no evasion on a character that doesn't have good offense or good speed is not going to feel good at all for sure. Spell Totem, Mind Over Matter, login. Yeah, because like when you're mapping, do you really need focus damage to kill trash monsters in a map? Do you really need that? The second Ghost Dance nerf makes it like not as like strong, but the way it was set up before when it was still 6.1 seconds, this is just like permanent. If you've taken damage, you have this. Like you either have this buff up or you're recharging is what it was before. So it's a little less strong, but it's still really good. Is armor Israel's authentic spirit thing? For armor, yes. That sounds like it's gonna be. Oh, a reservation thing? Yeah. The total armor gained from this skill cannot exceed the item armor on your equipped armor items. That's a pretty crazy downside. Cannot. Let's see that one on the Purias. Yeah, I know. It's so that you cannot. You cannot. Imagine if you could. I don't think it'd be very strong. Not with the formula for armor and PoE2. But it'd be like used. Unlike those like 20k ES characters that have like no block, no anything. You'd throw that on for mapping. 31 cooldown reasonably with the monk. Where is this shit? Reduced duration for CDR. Definitely don't want to take that. Not gonna path over here. Unless you're pathing for ES. But like you could technically do both of these if you wanted to. But reduced duration also often just like kind of feels bad to use if you have like any sort of temporary buffs at all. But like you could. I'd rather just get more evasion though. Law. Like grenades like I promised. I'm gonna look into it for sure. And heavily considering it. That bit about Leech having the reason Leech was broken was because it wasn't capped. That was kind of the only thing. Like without that 40,000 cap on damage, if you ever 3 million and had 50% leech, you would still just heal your full life pool in 1 second. But with the 40k damage cap and whatever amount of arbitrary hidden fucking leech resistance these monsters have, it'll be a lot harder to get leech to a point that has that kind of recovery. 40k is like a crazy fucking low number. And it really, I mean, I guess 40k is fine because like fast hitting skills are still kept at 1. Leech is 75%. It's changed this patch. We don't know what it's gonna be. I just like the more I think about how this new leech is gonna work, I'm disgusted. So like when you're doing damage, there's 2 sets of hidden behind the scenes things that fuck your leech that are not explained anywhere in the game. Well, it probably says it when you hover leech that these things exist, but not what they are. But like, this just seems so nonsensical to me. To try to hard cap leech by adding in leech resistance and then capping your damage dealt at a certain number for what is considered for a leech, instead of just capping leech based off of a % of your life. That's the goal. That's the point. The entire reason these caps exist is so that you don't recover too much life too easily. So what the fuck are we doing with all of this? What's the problem with saying you cannot leech more than 10% of your life per second? And then like this point in the passage tree makes that like 13. And this point makes that 16. It just like what the fuck is this? It's such a crazy way to make leech capped. They didn't consider that way already? Oh, well, I know why it works this way. It's because the other way is how it works in Po 1, and it has to be different. Because new game. Do I care? It's more confusing, yeah. It's more confusing, and like the damage cap is just like... It's just so intuitive to anyone playing a game like this, where it's like, I have damage and I have leech %. I can increase my leech by increasing either of these two things. And to just like cut one of those off, it just feels so fucking weird. I think the main problem they're trying to avoid is the problem where you only need like one source of leech, and then getting all of your post leech scaling from the passage tree. But like, is that a problem? Do you even get % damage as leech in the tree? Isn't that only on gear? So like, they want you to use, instead of only having leech on gloves, they wouldn't have leech on gloves and ring and ring. That benefits even need leech resist. I don't really know. The whole thing is just like so crazy to me. The values of each type in the hit are scaled down evenly to reach this limit. What does this mean for builds that are hybrid? So like, if I do 40,000 fizz and 160,000 lightning, and I only have Fizz Leech, that means it'll only consider 10k Fizz? Or 8k in that scenario? That's how I interpret that. Which basically means if you aren't dealing... Wait. Right? Am I only consider damage that can leech? It says each damage type. So if I take that literally... If you're only 50% damage is fizz and they hit for 80k to cap leech... Is that accurate? Or does that mean that you can literally never... Wait, like, so if you do, in that same scenario, like, if you just doubled those numbers from 4160 to 8320, and you do the same scale down, no matter what, your fizz is only ever 8k. Right? Like, that means that if you're doing conversion damage, no matter how much you get, you'll never be able to hit leech cap if you're converting, right? Which, there's no way to work that way. That'd be stupid. I have to be interpreting it wrong. Like, the only way it would make sense is if it is only for things that count as damage that can leech. Because, like Lemon is saying, if it worked that way, then getting, like, if you, like, then being a pure physical build, gaining damage as extra cold, or extra fire, would mean you leech less. And that would be ridiculous, so it definitely would only, like, count things that, contribute to leech. I'll ask how people work. What? Well, some blood bitch wouldn't care. Because they have, like, leech for all spell damage. But us shitty attack builds are physical only. Well, I'm not sure, Sid. It should work, right? But I have no clue how common that is. Let's see. Well, this is preserving Spirit Siege. Like minions, minions. Minions. Are there any that are not just minions? Heralds? Idols and uniques have it? Okay. Seems like it's not anything else. Yeah, you gotta have the game open for the music. But yeah, there's just a ton of minion shit on here, as you'd expect. Totems. Totems. Are they viable? I mean, it looks like it to me, but like, I'm a fucking Taurus, man. I just don't know how you get enough spirit. Because your cap is 6 totems with like no extra investment into totem cap at all. So you're like, no, you don't need charges. Next patch, this makes totems free to spawn. So like, real totems are here. And if you go like 3 empty charms on this class, plus chest, plus neck, you're still only at like 330 spirit. And you're probably just not gonna reach that 450 number. Tactician, is there spirit down here as well? Do they still have the 50% less cost thing? Persistent buffs, doesn't apply. Do they add 6 charm slots? No, I don't. Oh, Smith has some spirit as well. Let's see. What was our resident totem god doing on totems? Just spark.
I go to next pack, summon totem.
But like, you had to do all kinds of shit to have charges.
Spark totems, projectiles also go like from pack to pack, so they kind of like pre-cast projectiles.
Looks like it wasn't too bad for him on this build to have charges. I don't know what he's actually doing for it.
And then let's say comet totems. So yeah, the gameplay feels real smooth for Pathos.
Doesn't need spirit? Yeah, true. So you're kind of choosing, like, do you want to need
rare monsters and bosses?
a ton of spirit, or do you want to need
Although I don't really
charge gen?
Because even with only totems, I try to run map without pressing any extra buttons, and it's still enough DPS to be able to kill everything. But yeah, so extra buttons that I press is Flame Wall, which gives about 15-20% more damage for spark projectiles.
What chest?
Pass through the Flame Wall. Also, I press.
Oh, this is how it works.
Big elemental exposure.
Yeah, I mean, this is the
curse. So together,
huge opportunity cost.
Buttons, reduce monsters' enemies' elemental resistance by more than 100%. So that's actually quite a lot of damage.
Oh, you did the Val cultivated version of this? Yeah, fuck that.
I wouldn't even need to use if I was using Rakiata's Flow support. Rakiata's Flow is like a really expensive support in PvE2. It costs about 15 divines and softcore trades right now.
Because even here, like, he only has 3 totems, right? Like, we're talking about spirit being hard to vibe to use 6 totems, but like, he only has 3 totems here. 3 is super easy. 3 is click. Like, 3 is click this Ascendancy and do almost nothing else. But if you also want to have the extra, because I think is he running Archmage? What's he doing here? my guess is Archmage because he has so much mana. So if you want like 325, that's like click that Ascendancy, chest plus amulet.
Supports. Regatta's Flow is like a really expensive support in PV2. It costs about 50
Huge damage.
trades right now. But yeah, it makes it so that this skill that you use with the support gem counts monsters' elemental resistances as inverted. So if enemy has like plus 50 elemental resistance, you will actually have minus 50 elemental resistance. So you will not need to reduce monsters' elemental resistances with the support gem. But yeah, so spell Totem Dream is
So they're not viable.
and it's pretty awesome. By the way,
Depends on the defense you're playing.
Actually, a few hours before I'm recording this video, there was
And how much you want to die.
Mostly they were buffing the rewards from
Yeah, this is like 5k life.
But I was really pleasantly surprised to see a huge amount of totems.
Except mana regen actually, like,
fixed
mana
most of the
recovers.
bugs and most of the problems that spell totems had.
And like ES
For
doesn't.
Christmas. What a nice gift for Christmas, huh? So, in terms of bugs, like mainly, mostly mana issues, right? The spell totem
How do you get mana
costs
recovery?
2 times
By
more
existing?
mana than intended, so they fixed that. So totems are 2 times cheaper now.
Wait,
So
is
super
Mind
easy
Over
to
Matter
level.
only life? Why did they take damage right there?
Level up your than intended, so they fixed that. So totems are 2 times cheaper now. So it's super easy to level up your spell totem. So they fixed.
Why is Ignite doing life damage before mana? Is he spinning life? Oh yeah, I guess he could be life tapping some of his shit, maybe. Maybe he's partial mom. He could be partial mom. But it looked like he was full mom earlier.
The spell totem
But it could be
used to cost
partial.
2 times more mana than intended, so they fixed that. So totems
Well,
are
this is a level 92 character with like nonsense gear, right? It's not really fair to compare it to any sort of like sick character. Like a little fucking +2 weapon. Dream frags. I guess that one is pretty good for Archmage. But it's like no levels here, +2 here. Oh, he's playing Harmony Within, I see. So it's not degen Mind Over Matter, it's only this version of Mind Over Matter. The old inevitable crits +1 totem. That sick bonded value for Mind Over Matter as well. You get life and mana. And that got doubled, didn't it? Isn't this 20 now? 20 life and mana for each one? Holy shit. I don't know, it could be good. So the little fucking little druid guy that runs around doing druid guy things. Boom, +4 now. Holy. Is Stream Frag still like the rarest tier of everything in the game? God bless.
also fixed to the build, totems later as well, but most... first of all, I allocated my amulets with endurance, with insta, like with different emotions that you get from the between. So, yeah, so they cast
Home and
actually
storm
very fast
totems.
now. So I think we can achieve pretty... and I'm enjoying that so much.
The things we do to play totems. Grenades are cooler. Totems are men that stand still. No, they're not. No, they're not. That's slanderous. Cross was untouched. Well, you lost like 2 levels to your skill from the essence, but four from helmet. Well, I never played with that. The classic. Yeah, the problem with that change, like or like that line, 60+ runes that can be created by a strong unique. Until I see what those runes are, it just kind of doesn't mean anything. It's like there's a bunch of possible new things that you might be able to do, which on its own, it basically just says wait for the data mine to be hyped about this. Don't know why I nerfed melee skills. I mean, Shield Ball was too strong. Yeah, I don't think 6 is going to be a thing if you're going Archmage. I think like maybe you could push to 4 with Archmage, right? That'd be like 400 spirit. Twister Ice Shot. Okay, let's just all play Twister. Am I gonna press grenades today? No, definitely not. I'm barging the end of things today. Overworking. Bear doesn't get touched. Yeah, but fuck Bear. Looking at more successful gameplay on day 1. Yeah, of course. Shipball rip. Shipball's just nerfed. It's still gonna be like really strong day 1 for like no gear. Like most builds are not gonna have as smooth of an experience on no gear as Shield Ball is. It's like easily still like top 10% day 1. No, it's like a 40% nerf on single target versus unique bosses. Because before you were proccing 5 shield waves per fortifying cry press. And now it's just 1. Yeah, I thought skill level nerfs were gonna be bigger than that, personally. I thought it was gonna be like fucking battle nerfed down to like +1 on one-handers and +2 on two-handers. With the natural tier 1s, like +2 on one-hander and +3 on two-hander. With the amulet being removed down to +1 instead of +2 and 3. Like the skill level scaling is like so crazy. A practice run? I am. I'm playing right now. Log in, play Fub Guns build, Twisters. L Twisters. We'll see. Community's gonna get beta by Twister? What do you mean? Has anyone done a Twister run to tier 15 maps yet? That's like streamed? I know Reeland's done like 15 ice shot runs to tier 15. Like time to maps is meaningless. Just like time to 15 is the only thing I never want to see. I just want to see how it looks for like early dog shit gear in 15s, and then imagine a world where tier 15 monsters have triple the HP. There was level 33 speed, and guess what happened? It was fine. Why would they have more HP? Because currently in PoE 2, going from tier 1 maps to tier 15 maps, monsters only get like 50% more HP. It's almost meaningless. Like there's no real increase in monster power going up 15 map tiers. And I can't imagine in the in-game patch they would allow that to stay that way. It makes no sense. No, put it in the patch notes? No. Well, would they? Would they? Think of the casuals. Bro, this game's casual as fuck. All you need is a weapon. Like just the base power level increase of weapon bases going from tier 1 to tier 15, if you don't improve any of your other pieces of gear, is already enough to do the same damage in 1 and 15. I can't imagine it stays that way. That'll be an updated patch note tomorrow. But it'll be vague as fuck, like adjusted the difficulty scaling of monsters. And that's all it's gonna say. An 8. Let's see him blast. It's my first time seeing someone press the skill. It's on Deadeye. that MTX? I thought it'd be a tornado. Why is it like a ball? Okay. That Trinity does not appear to be doing anything. Oh shit, he almost died. Or is different than info one? You don't need all three. You should. Oh wait, no. Isn't it like you get partial benefit in this game? But if you only have one element, it's still like very low value. What almost just killed him right there? Oh, that monster default attacked. The classic D15 rush setup. Wait, why does he have 284 spirit on Deadeye? It's like some weapon swap shit. He's swapping to a scepter? Technology. Res heavy dog shit? Yeah, I mean, I don't think you would have high res in this scenario. In most cases, you're just like softcore blasting. The single target, here we go. Good build. Specs evasion ES nodes. Boom. Yeah, that single target would be very concerning if the arena was not good for it. This is definitely a good arena for this. I think, well, then again, like most bosses in PoE2 they're like always in an arena, right? Because it's like always a separate thing in the map. Because they were like kind of, they were designed to be, they were designed to not always be there, so they had to be a separate part of the map. So they're always in their own little arena. So like, and the walls usually close out. I'm just like PoE1 brained, where like this would be an exceptional arena for like Spark in like Path of Exile 1 maps, but PoE2 maps are like, they're just kind of always in an arena. So I guess you're kind of chilling for this and for Spark. What was the new thing? Where people were like, something new was going to make that build even better? Something with like some like prod speed system that was being added? Owl? What does that mean? From Hunter's Ascendancy? New Hunter Spirit Walker? Let me see. Spirit Walker PoE2DB. The feathers come faster. Yeah, but I mean, pressing dodge roll to proc like an extra fucking 4 proj and 130 proj speed is... Or would it be 6 per additional? Yeah, it'd be 6. But like, you wouldn't have 3 always when you walk into the boss room, but Even just a scenario where you only have just the base effect is still pretty strong. And yeah, if you walk into the boss fight with 3 feathers, you proc 6 extra tornadoes that travel 3 times as fast. Why would it be 12? Can I spend 3? Oh, you think you're gonna get the base proj and the multiplier for each one? I doubt that. Yeah, like 200% more of these numbers right here is what you would get. Is my assumption. If you have 3. So 6 proj, 200% increased speed, which is like, that's a lot. No, it's not gonna work the way where it gives you the 6. Like, it's not gonna give you 6 proj, 200% increase multiplied by 3. It's not gonna give you 18 proj, 600%. Like, this is just letting you consume more at once and then grow back faster. What else do you get? Don't you only get this green thing if you have like all 3 spears or some shit? What you would do? What are the other 2? So the only reason the bear spirit gives you damage reduction is because of a support gem you're gonna put on it, right? So yeah, like red and yellow seem pretty shit, except for this thing up here, right? Because you're gonna get this once you have all 3. Embrace the Wind gives you... It gives the spirit regen and 8% convert, and then you also get the support for an extra, what, 10% convert?
We mountain-born hold the spirit dear. But
Bringer. We have a standard-looking twister build, dialed to 11, where we utilize Whirling Slash and Barrage to unleash twisters to devastate our enemies. We will use a combination of Barrage and unleash twisters to have the Stormbringer. We have a standard-looking...
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like that's because of Barrage. Like, you're getting 6 extra Barrage, but then you're duplicating the attack from Barrage. But we still just call that +6. Like right here, there's 7 Proj. but then the skill gets repeated. It's 7 barrage repeated 3 times.
To 11, where we utilize Whirling Slash and Barrage to unleash twisters to devastate our enemies. We will use a combination of Barrage and our new notable Primal Bounty to create so many twisters it more resembles a full cyclone. Allocating Wild Protector, Primal Bounty, and Vivid Stampede will unlock a notable that empowers all 3, giving them more utilities and features. Thanks to Primal Bounty and the Mucker's Gift, we generate a Primal Owl Feather every few seconds that will be used when we dodge roll to empower our next projectile attack, firing more twisters and increasing their speed.
Those are so, that's like a comical amount of prod
we want to
speed.
start to empower our Wind Ruckus with the elements, gaining significantly more damage. To do that, we take
Like,
Vivid
look at this boss. Look how much health this boss has. This is a normal Scoured T15. It's got 3.5 million. Confirmed, buffed. Confirmed.
which significantly more damage. To do that, we take Vivid.
Why else would he have that much health? We know we know boss difficulty is removed. And in 0.4 he'd have like 1.3 buffed. But yeah, it could just be a powerful boss. Because I think powerful boss already like triples it.
Stampede, which grants us a Vivid Wisp every 10 meters we travel, which we can do faster by following our soaring ground. And then we expend those wisps to unleash a stampede of stag spirits. Not only do they help kill enemies, they also create shock ground. There you have it. All that combined, we have our Stormbreaker. All that combined, we have
Another 4 million one.
our Stormbreaker. There you have it. All that combined.
Ignite, chill, shock, blind, crush? Is that crush? What is that? Armor break. Some fucking, probably one of these ground effects. Exposure, ignite? No. The thing that makes ignite work. Daze? That's what that one is? That one's daze?
We have our Stormbreaker.
I long for the day I can disable
And
boss
for our
parts.
second build today, we have the Zookeeper. This build is for those who prefer to sit back and let your animal army do all the work. The Spirit Walker has enlisted the entire zoo to fight on her behalf, with a whopping 6 companion skills active. This is thanks to Sylvan's Effigy, a new unique scepter coming in Return of the Ancients
Not the monkey, dude.
that completely removes the companion cap, and also
Not the monkey. Monkey to 200 damage to the showcase, by the way, on this big slam. Yeah, I mean, I would never consider playing anything like that. Fucking tame beast bosses with their crazy slow animations? Hell no. And Spark with that prod speed. The issue with Spark for this is Spark is like a spammable skill. Maybe you can play like an Unleashed variant of it, where you don't skill cast speed. But the reason this goes so well with Twisters is because they're like a much bigger payoff than one Spark cast. It takes more time to set up. So you kind of passively gain these while doing your big windup. Whereas like just dumping 12 seconds or 9 seconds of feathers on one Spark cast isn't very good. Stags don't work. What's attack only? Yeah. Damn, that's a long way. Every 20 meters you get 1? It's like old Volt. It's 10 the newer video? Oh, okay. Read the free node. Is this one free? They leap toward the enemies. What does that do for that? Oh, is this one's not free, right? For the whistling here, you only get a refund if you spend 4 points into yellow, which you wouldn't do. But 10 is way smaller. 20 is just like really far. But 10 is fine. But I don't think you care too much about that. It's just like a small shock they apply. Just 30% increased damage. You're chilling. Who needs it? There's some ways to scale speed late game, but they're all like weirdly unintended, and one of them got nerfed. At least not this patch. But like the way people do it basically is scaling a ton of attack speed and then using skills that move you slightly when you attack. Not using like leap slam, because like actual movement skills have big downsides, so you can't spam them, or they have like fixed use times. But skills that just move you like 1 step forward when you attack as part of their standard animation, you just use those with like 500% increased attack speed. And it looks like comical. Know what the call is in the gym for the gym laying? No, we're not going to have that information for a long time. That's going to be like at the earliest when we get like full gym info, but honestly it might not even come in gym info. It might be data mined. So it's probably data patch for that one. Thoughts on the leech changes? I think conceptually it's really dumb, but we'll see how it actually feels once we log in and play the game. But like locking your leech efficiency behind like 2 separate hidden behind the scenes calculations is like it's crazy to me. And there's one interpretation of the wording of those patch notes means that you can never be leech capped unless you're dealing full fizz damage. And if you add damage as extra lightning or fire or cold to your fizz, you'll leech less. With one interpretation of that. But it probably won't work that way. That'd be silly. Why is leeches even a thing? I'm not really sure. When you're already capping the number that can count for leech, it could have to do with like a smoother progression of how much you leech based on like where you are in the game. I don't really know. Oh, it was a thing in Diablo 2? Ah, makes sense. Isn't just 40 fizz damage to get decent leech? Well, the problem is there's one line that is concerning for that. And it's this one right here. The values of each damage type in the hit are scaled down evenly to reach this limit. Which you could very easily interpret that as meaning like 100k fizz, 100k lightning, means for leech purposes, you're dealing 20k fizz, 20k lightning. That's like very easy to interpret it that way. But that would mean you're not dealing 40,000 fizz damage, even though you're dealing 100,000 fizz damage. What's the other way to interpret? The other way to interpret is to add in some invisible words here, like the values of each damage type that you are leeching from are scaled down evenly. You know, if you just like add in some words, you can make it sound logical. Like, if it's only values for leech that counts, then like... But like, I just don't... If it was that way, if it was only values for leech that counts, why would this sentence even be here? It wouldn't matter how they were scaled down if it was only for leech that counts, because you're still at the cap. Who knows? Not gonna worry about it. Not gonna worry about it, just going to attack monsters. Maybe spawn some spell totems. Bedge? Yeah, probably. It's probably time to go. Overworking. Next time I log in, I will actually kill monsters. Can't wait. What's the right button do? It asks you for your password, which is kind of fucked up because I don't know it. Next time in 8 days? No. I'm gonna log in and like throw some grenades or maybe play some Twister or like play a druid thing and start spawning spells. Spawning spells, spawning plants to prep for spell totems, you know, some ED Contagion druid setup. ED Contagion into plants, into spell totems, who knows? Who knows? So many options. Water your plants, boys. Water your plants.